Yeah, bad ending and fucking deed. Hello, it is Steins time. I am so good at words. Not really. So because I did a goof, we are going to backtrack to Pandora's box, the save that I have here. And I am going to answer, because I didn't answer last time. And we'll see what fucking happens. What is it? You're still with Maho, right? Oh, yeah. We're together. Why? What's up? I just heard from Dr. Luxnanin. The office in Waku City has been ransacked by someone. What? And he just got a call from Maho's hotel. Someone raided it too. What did you say? You should hear from Dr. Luxnanin soon. But I wanted to tell you ASAP. Thanks, Kurisu. Toto and I are looking out for Hiyajo, so don't worry. That's right. I'm counting on you guys. Bye. Understandable, Maho. Maho looked down and bit her lip. This is what I was afraid would happen. They're after Kurisu's laptop and hard drive. Huh? Seriously? Why is it spelled like that? We should probably move. I think this place is safe though. And I've got a bad feeling. Intuition, you could call it. Got it. No. And where is the laptop and hard drive? Nori sighed and grabbed a locked, fire-resistant case off one of the racks. He opened it. Is that where he hid it? The laptop was a deep red Japanese model with a 12-inch LCD screen. The hard drive was American, from a brand known for equipping its drives with a shock-resistant rubber case. Let's take it and get out of here. Both Maho and Daru nodded silently. As soon as we left the building, I could see a car coming down the empty alleyway. It was a big American RV. We quickly hid ourselves in the shadow of another building. My intuition was right. The RV stopped in front of the building we just left. 3 men came out. None of them were Japanese. They're all dressed in black suits, almost like MIBs. Whatever they weren't Akihabara tourists. That was close. Maho went pale when she saw the men go into the building. She seemed to be shaking a little too. This is like a movie. I can't believe it's real. How do they find out about that place though? You sure you didn't screw up somehow, Daru? Who do you think I am? A super hacker, right? Hacker, right? I make sure I didn't get caught. Either that, or Hiyajo and I were tailed. Don't scare me. They raided your office and hotel room in Wako City. I'm sure they've been watching you this whole time. Oh, right. Maho seemed to suddenly remember something. She took out her smartphone and made a call. I need to contact the professor. You should tell him to hide somewhere for today. If we meet up with him, he could put him in danger. Maho nodded. Maho perspective. Oh. Nintendo took Maho to Ferris Nyanyan's home. It was on the top floor of a high-rise building in the center of Akihabara. If nothing else, it was sure to be more secure than the ancient building they'd just been in. Paris welcomed the two of them, offering them food and a place to sleep. Dottie returned alone to the future gadget lab to meet up with Suzuha. The mere existence of this laptop could bring disaster. We should get rid of it. Once they both calmed down, she started to talk to him about what they were going to do with Kurisu's computer. He didn't budge an inch. Usually he was an introvert who never pushed too hard for anything, but this time, he was extremely stubborn. Of course, so was Maho. I always want to crack the password and see what's inside. Right now, we can't do that, but there's no time for that. We should get rid of it now. The best thing would be to destroy it. Destroy it? But this is something Kurisu left us, you know? I thought you were a little more logical than this. I didn't think you were this cold. I'm sure by RV he means like a large panel van / minibus, but it's fun imagining like a big, old Winnebago trying to squeeze through the back streets of Tokyo. So true. Dots. Maho's words made him flinch. Something bad had happened to him. That's how it seemed to her. And it was easy to assume that it had something to do with Kurisu. So she decided to ask him what she hadn't got into earlier, during the fuss this afternoon. You seem like you're hiding something about what happened to Kurisu. Perhaps because he is. Thoughts. What I know doesn't matter. Maho could tell he wasn't going to share. If they hadn't been interrupted this afternoon, would he have told her? Anyway, what should we do with the computer? That computer isn't just something an old friend used to own anymore. It's at the center of an international power struggle. What kind of crazy conspiracy theory is this? You still think it's a conspiracy theory after what happened today? You saw those foreigners in black suits, didn't you? Thoughts. Your office and your hotel room were ransacked. Someone set fire to Kurisu's house. And then after that, your lab was visited by mysterious men claiming to be from the FBI. And the attack of the hotel might have had something to do with this too. All these impossible events keep happening one after another. It's not a coincidence. But still, I'm in an international power struggle. The whole thing just seemed like too much of a stretch for her. Trying to connect every single event was a trap that conspiracy theorists often fell into. But in fact, those things that happened didn't really mean anything. When she began to tell him that, what he said next surprised her. John Titter's prophecy is going to come true now. John Titter? Maho had never heard that name before. A time traveler from the year 2036 who appeared on American message boards 10 years ago. I know for a fact that is real. I've met him myself. John Titter says World War III will occur in 2015. The cause will be a time machine. Are you making fun of me? I'm being very serious. You want to know about Dr. Nakabachi, right? He's Kurisu's father. It's possible that Kurisu may have been involved in the paper hero. But what did you say? Maho had read Dr. Nakabachi's paper out of curiosity. Last summer, he proudly announced his paper on time travel to the entire world just before fleeing to Russia. The paper itself, however, was so poorly written that it was of no value whatsoever. She couldn't believe that Kurisi might have been involved in writing it. But what if his version was an inferior copy of an original that Kurisi wrote herself? What's inside Kurisi's computer doesn't actually matter, right? No? What matters is that there are people who want it. True. Give me a second. I need to process all of this. Could what Rentaro was saying be true? She took a moment to think. Normally, she wouldn't give something like this a second thought. But what had been happening around her lately just wasn't normal. She couldn't outright deny it. Besides, she was nursing a conspiracy theory of her own. I also thought that someone might be after this computer. But what you're saying is just so different than what I expected. What did you expect? I thought it might be about using Amadeus for military purposes. Military purposes? Kurisi spent a lot of time at the psychophysiology lab. She said sometimes she'd be visited by people who looked like they didn't belong there at all. She said she thought they were from the Department of Defense. Can Amadeus kill someone? How? What? Well, for example, you could take the memories of a veteran pilot and copy them and use them to control drones. I remember what I said about medical applications. You mean copying memory data back to the brain? Yeah. If you could alter memory data and then send it back to the brain, you could make soldiers who didn't feel fear, or who could carry out any kind of unethical mission without hesitation. My thought was that Kurisi had found proof that they were running experiments like that. Hey, the US military aren't involved in researching Amadeus, are they? Of course not. Are you sure? You're just a scientist. You're not the head of the project. Dr. looks thin and wouldn't let the military get involved either. You're right. Well, that happened in another world line. World line? What are you talking about? No, forget it. I'm overthinking things. He hadn't seemed like he'd really meant that. And that really bothered her. She wanted to hear more about John Titor, but he didn't tell her anything else. Since she couldn't crack the security on the Kurisi's laptop and hard drive, it did Maho no good to carry them. And just like Rinjaro said, those attackers scared her. So she decided she had no choice but to give them to him. He didn't tell her whether he was going to destroy them or not. Maho, I'm so glad you're safe. When she arrived at their office in Waku City, Dr. Luxinen was already there. He came over and gave her a big hug. Very good. Professor, you're hurting me. Oh, sorry. She'd heard that the office had been ransacked, but whatever had happened had already been cleaned up. Did you clean up, Professor? It was ransacked, but only your and my things were here, so there wasn't a lot to begin with. You know what? Good fucking point. It left the rest in the hands of the police. 2 days had passed since the office had been ransacked. Maho had spent both of them at Varys's home, and only today had she gotten in touch with Dr. Lexington, who went to Waka City to get her things. They were both going back tomorrow, just as planned. They were saying goodbye to this office. That meant they were saying goodbye to this office. I can read, I promise. And they still haven't caught the guy who did it, right? Yeah. It's been one thing after another since we came to Japan, hasn't it? Yeah. It sure has. The two of them looked around the empty office. It'd been a busy 2 months. So what did you think, Maho? Japan's your other homeland, right? What did you make of it? I can't wait to get back and start on my research. I feel like I've been doing nothing but putting reports together for the past 2 months. You're so serious, Maho. That and I'm glad I was able to experience the place where Kurisu spent her last days. Maho. But still, she hadn't figured out why Kurisu had died. Actually, she had even more questions now. It bothered her to go home with so many questions left unanswered. If only Rintaro had told her everything he knew. Come to think of it, the thought suddenly occurred to Maho. What are we doing with Amadeus' tester? Why would I have a death counter to count the character deaths? That's a little cruel, isn't it? Come on now. Of course, she meant Rintaro Okabe. Both Maho and Lexington were heading back to America. That meant that his time as the tester was over. That's right. For some reason, the professor was taking a moment to think it over. She wondered what there was to think about. Might not have him continue being our tester. Counter that says 5 billion. No. And it stays there until we go back to the Steins Gate world line, right? Oh dear. Huh? Are you serious? It's the fact that speaking with Rintaro has caused Kurisu to react in new ways, correct? And I'm planning on adding additional testers in the future, not just him. Is that safe from a security standpoint? Japan and America are too far apart. If something happens, we won't be able to deal with it. We'll be fine. And I believe in Rintaro. It's not about whether you believe in him or not. If he stays on as a tester, you'll still be able to talk to him, you know? True. But I don't have anything to do with this. Are you sure about that? I'm sure. Then I'll take over dealing with Rintaro. That doesn't bother me. It still seemed like he wasn't telling her something, but she was too embarrassed to question him further. It surprised her, though, that he was so focused on Rintaro. He seemed to have taken a real liking to him ever since they had first met. Did he simply like the guy, or was it because he was Kurisu's friend? Or was it something else? She didn't know. The next day, Maho and Dr. Lexington returned to America via Narita Airport, just like they planned. Rintaro had come to see them off, and he was very surprised when Dr. Lexington told him he could continue being a tester. And then half a year passed. That's a skip. Tasty. Victor Condre's university grounds were dead quiet. It was after 11 p.m. Risk international security for the sake of trying to hitch my employee/student and some guy. Oh dear. Some of the labs worked all night and into the morning. So the place wasn't completely abandoned. But compared to daytime, it was quiet. The lights in the halls were off, and it was a little scary walking down them alone. Maho lived in the researchers' apartments next to the lab. She'd been thinking about so many things that night, her head felt like it was going to explode. Then she looked out the window and realized that the lights are still on in the brain science lab. Dr. Luxinen must have been working late. She decided to put some coffee in a thermos and take it to him. No. Why am I doing so much research about time machines anyway? Good question. Ever since she'd come back from Japan in January, she spent all her free time on it. Even she had to admit she was getting obsessed. Of course, since this wasn't something she could research in public, and since she couldn't let it interfere with her real job, she had to do all of it in her own room at night. As a result, she was staying up late battling with physics textbooks, an unfamiliar subject for her. Exhaustion and lack of sleep were starting to get to her. The whole idea of a time machine was stupid. She still thought so, but she was surprised at how desperate she was getting. This is all because of Okabe. What Okabe had said to her in Japan still stuck with her. It's possible that Kurisu may have been involved in the paper he wrote. Nintendo could have been lying, or wrong, or simply delusional. But part of her wanted to believe it was real. Of course, from what she'd seen of Dr. Nakabachi's paper, she didn't want to believe Kurisu was involved. It was just that bad. But what if his version was an inferior copy of an original that Kurisu wrote? If she could have written it off as a slim possibility, everything would have been so much easier. But it was just like her, she thought, to be unable to do that. I wanted to find what Kurisu found. That desire was what drove her to action. But the more research she did, the harder it seemed. It was so hard she was starting to lose faith in what she wanted to believe. Her usual complex started weighing down on her. Kurisu. I can't be you after all. Kurisu was her dear friend, but at the same time, she was starting to feel jealous, frustrated, and hateful. When all those feelings started going around in her mind, there was no way she could focus on work. It was time to chat with Dr. Luxinen for a little, and then go to sleep. She headed over to the lab. Professor? Hey, Maho. Dr. Luxinen seemed surprised at her sudden visit, but he stood up from his chair and welcomed her. What brings you here at this hour? It's time for kids to be in bed. I'll say those exact same words to you. You got that right. Dr. Luxinen laughed innocently, like a child, at her cutting remark. I could see the light on from my room here. No, I read that. I delivered that wrong. Hang on. I could see the light on from my room. Here. The cup on Dr. Luxinen's desk was empty. She poured him some coffee from the thermos. Dozo. It wasn't the sticky, sweet cafe au lait coffee with milk that she liked. She made it straight black to match the professor's taste. The room was filled with steam and a pleasant smell. This is a surprise. Maho bringing me coffee. I'm not that bad, am I? But I thought you hated this sort of thing. As I recall, it was the first day you came to this lab. What do you mean smooth? I don't keep chat on screen for these type of games. Mary was passing out morning coffee to everyone, and you refused. And do you remember what you said then? Did you come to work to make coffee? Oh my. If you got time to make coffee, why not get started on your work? I was in awe, I remember. This new kid was really something. That was such a long time ago. You don't need to bring it up now. Maho's cheeks swelled in embarrassment. Back then I was... well, everyone called me the girl genius, and I kinda let it go to my head. Yeah, the way he's imitating her tone is great. 10 out of 10. I know better now. Mary was another scientist at the lab. After Maho had apologized, they got on to be friends. No friendship. You're so mean, Professor. I'm never making you coffee again, okay? Just as she was thinking of taking the coffee, she poured back. That's right, Professor. Don't be so mean to Maho. She heard a voice from Dr. Luxonen's computer. No, Kurisu. Yes, it's me. I was just examining her program. She moved around to where she could see the monitor, and sure enough, the Kurisu CG model was displayed on it. Good evening, Maho. Okay, what are you gonna do? I don't know. I don't trust any of this because this is quote-unquote the bad ending, so... With food from a man named Dave, disguised as a woman named Wendy. I see. Well, that's very exciting, Catman. Sorry to see you working so late. Maho chuckled to herself. Kurisu was just a program running on a computer, but she still couldn't stop herself from saying things like that. After all the time they spent together, Kurisu was no different than a human to her. I'm not being mean to Maho. I was actually quite impressed with what she said to Mary. I thought that she was very logical, very cool-headed, and very entertaining. That's why I made her my assistant. Of course. I don't mind the new, nicer version of you. Dr. Luxon and gave her a wink as he reached for his coffee cup. Thanks. I'll have some. Cute. As he drank his coffee, he grabbed the corners of his eyelids and gave them a little massage. I'm not grasping the logistics of drinking coffee and grabbing the corners of his eyelids at the same time. You're gonna do a really long TTS but decided against it? Oh my. He was acting cheerful, but evidently he was really tired. I'm glad that we were both stumped by what he's doing, Ifumichu. And so what were you doing with the program?
A really long TTS.
Thank you, Hifumichu. I can't say I do massage my eyes, but the point is that he was doing that and drinking coffee at the same time. So that's where the confusion comes in. He only has so many hands that we're aware of, you know? No, you know, for the paper I'm writing. Coffee drink hat. You're trying to do it, is doing, you can't wrap your head around it. Hands free. No, we would know if he had a coffee hat. Though I do appreciate that option. The mechanism Amadeus uses to lie. If we could figure out this part of the program, we could learn more about how humans lie, you know? A hydration pack filled with cold brew. But Maho brewed it black coffee for him and put it in a thermos and then put it in a cup. So we know the coffee's in a cup. So the only explanation is that he has extra arms that we're not aware of. Extra arms and hands, my bad. Yeah, exactly, 3 arms. Yeah. Women's lies sometimes hide important secrets. I can't say I approve of what you're trying to discover them. I didn't read that right, did I? I can't say I approve of you trying to discover them. He has a drinking can and put the cup in it. Oh dear. You want 3 arms of cold brew? Good question, Catman. Though I think with the timing, it's the hydration pack filled with cold brew, not the 3 arms. At least with my copy of chat. Kurisu's expression was sadly serious. I'm not trying to discover your secrets. I just want to know the thought process involved in telling a lie. You wouldn't mind an extra arm now? Either, oh dear. Will you be buying the cold brew hydration pack or the extra arm? Well, that's fine. If I have to reveal something, I'll start by revealing Maho's sweet secrets, oh dear. Hey, don't be weird. A 2-liter hydration pack pre-filled with cold brew. Amazing. And what are my sweet secrets anyway? No, I couldn't say. She played dumb. Sometimes Kurisu liked to joke around. It was infuriating, and at the same time, kinda cute. For example, do you think I don't know about the stuffed animal that he got you at the arcade? I honestly forgot about that between everything else. But this wasn't that long ago, luckily, this time. Huh? The first thing she thought of was when she heard the word arcade, was what happened back in Akihabara, Japan. She tried so many times to get the stuffed animal, and failed each time. And Taro had won it easily, and given it to her. What about it? You've got it on your bed, don't you? But what are you talking about? That's a present for your mom. And then what's it doing on your bed? Oh yeah, Kurisu did tell him to get it. I think you're right, Spooky. But because your mom says she's looking for a new house, and she's living in an apartment right now, I don't want to give her more stuff to haul around. That's honestly pretty sound logic. Really? Really? And anyway, the stuffed animal is an important reminder of you. What's wrong with snuggling with it as I sleep? I thought it was gonna be your mom joke. I mean, it almost is. Oh, so it is on your bed after all. And you snuggle with it when you sleep? That's so cute. Tell me more details, please. Yeah, Kurisu was playing the long game here. That stupid computer program had tricked her. By the time she realized, it was already too late. Both Kurisu and Dr. Luxinen, who'd been listening the whole time, were smiling at her. Poor Maho. She glared at them, her cheeks flushed. Looks like Kurisu won this round, huh? It doesn't matter who won or lost. I'm going to bed. Good night. She turned to leave Dr. Luxinen's office, fuming. But before she could leave, Kurisu got in one final parting shot. Oh dear. Maho, you haven't talked to Okabe for a whole week. If you keep putting off talking to him because you're busy, you're gonna regret it later, okay? Listen. Are you really that insistent on getting me and Okabe together? Maho stormed over to the monitor, but Kurisu seemed unconcerned. Do you ever think about seeing him in person again? Nope. I see. That's a shame. For some reason, Dr. Luxinen shook his head sadly. I've got another joint project coming up in Japan, and I was thinking of getting in touch with Rintaro while I was there. I was wondering whether I should invite you. I guess not. Huh? She heard nothing about this. Most of the time, whenever the professor had a project coming up, she'd hear about it through the school's network ahead of time. Wait, Kurisu, Luxnenik? Wait. Luxnenik is how you put that. What do you have? Never mind. For now. I spent all my time trying to read what you had wrote, and it's just a disappointing sentence that doesn't ever complete. So rude. Yeah. You're going back to Japan? Yeah. She had to stop herself from immediately saying that she wanted to go too. If she did, Dr. Luxinen and Kurisu would make fun of her again. Before the reveal, you thought Rintaro might have been at the lab as a surprise. But she didn't want to miss this chance. There was still a lot she needed to do in Japan. More than anything, she wanted to talk to Rintaro in person, about the time machine, and about Kurisu. It definitely was not because she just liked talking to him. Baka. Please take me too. Why the quack? In the end, she gave in. Oh, you finally become honest about your feelings. Let's come up with a plan to tell him how much you love him. Please no. Come on, guys. Maho was starting to get tired of dealing with them. Well, joking aside. I'm honestly not sure if I can take you or not. Oh. What do you mean? A lot happened to you in Japan, right? The brain science lab is very concerned. Those things also happened to you too, though, Luxinen. But that's not... And then there's what happened to Kurisu. The directors don't want to lose any more talented personnel. Then why are you going? I'll be fine. I was fine last time, wasn't I? I mean, relatively, I guess. In other words, you want to go to Japan and see Rintaro that badly, huh? Do I need to talk to HR about sexual harassment? Oh, please don't do that. But why not seriously consider dating him? Kurisu. It's possible he'll be coming here in the future, right? You should try to get your hooks into him while you can. Kurisu, please. Stop sounding like a nosy aunt. Alright, Maho. I understand. I'll talk to the directors, but just note that I can't guarantee anything. Yes, report Kadisi for sexual harassment. That would be an interesting lawsuit. Right. Thanks. I'm pretty serious, actually. Kurisu. Are you still saying that? I really felt like she was talking to Kurisu. The feeling was much stronger than when they'd first started in Amadeus. And that reminded her of something she'd almost done many times but stopped. Why not tell Kurisu about the time machine? That is a good question. Why not? She didn't know if Kurisu had completed the time machine theory before her death. But if she had, some clues to it might be hidden in Kurisu's memories. Of course, she couldn't ask her in front of Dr. Luxinen, but she couldn't let others hear that she was making the time machine. If the rest of the lab found out, they'd make fun of her for sure. It wasn't even her field of research to begin with. Okay, Professor. I'm going back to my room. Maho took her thermos and was about to leave the lab. Well, wait a second. You haven't updated Maho's memory data at all lately, have you? The Amadeus Maho. Oh, the last time was before you went to Japan, wasn't it? Oh, about that. Boy, if I were Maho and this many people had made fun of me and put words in my mouth, I would have already killed someone. Oh dear. Maho didn't know what to say. He was right. Well, I had a lot of scary experiences in Japan. I've been thinking that maybe we shouldn't give Amadeus bad memories. I understand how you feel, but I can't do a comparison trial like this. A comparison trial involved loading memories from both before and after a given experience into Amadeus, and seeing how it changed. These trials allowed them to see what effects experiences and knowledge had on the brain, but after Kurisu's passing, they became solely Maho's okay, let's try this again. They became solely Maho's responsibility. You feel me admitting to murder? No. Goodness. Right now, the real you and the Amadeus you have such different memories that you're almost different people. Yes, that's true. At this rate, I'm gonna have to take you off the project and ask someone else to do it. Oh dear. That's... Her expression darkened. I mean... Okay. You have fun with that cat, man, I guess. Her expression darkened. Stop talking to Kurisu all the time, and give yourself some attention. I'm sure she's lonely. Make sure you update your memories tomorrow. Understood? Understood. Maho nodded her head and left the room. The reason she'd given to Dr. Luxinen for not updating Maho's memories is a real concern, but there was also another one. Untota's words. Hey, the US military aren't involved in researching Amadeus, are they? She had no proof, but she couldn't get his words out of her mind. Was some great power involved in the Amadeus research? Something so powerful was outside even Dr. Luxinen's control. If she updated her memory data, Maho would learn about Kurisu's laptop and hard disk. She trusted Amadeus, but that would mean whoever was secretly trying to use the project for their own ends would find out. It seemed silly, almost delusional, to be worried about something like that. but she couldn't get it out of her mind ever since she'd come back to America.
でもやっぱり
I really am
考
overthinking
え
it
すぎる
though.
ね
She whispered to herself.
誰
Who's
誰か
there?
そこにいるの
Is someone there? Hello? She heard a woman's voice from down the dark hallway. Maho stopped dead in her tracks. The hallway's lights flipped on, and she saw a group of men and women coming down the corridor that connected her building to the next one. Hello? The next building over was the psychophysiology lab. That's nice. Maho's brain science lab mostly investigated the workings of the brain itself. The psychophysiology lab, on the other hand, was more of a medical department. It looked at how the workings of the brain affected mental states and mental illnesses.
すみません
Excuse me,
ヒヤジョウマホ
I'm
です
Maho Hiyajo
レスキネン
from
教
Dr.
授の研究
Luxinen's
室の
lab. The woman at the head of the group was someone she knew. It was Dr. Rios, a scientist at the psychophysiology lab. Fumichi, stop.
あ
Oh,
ら
it's you,
マホだった
Maho.
の
レイエス教
Professor
授
Reyes.
こんな
Are
時
you
間
up
に
working
お仕
this
事です
late?
か
あなたも
You too?
ええ
Yes,
まあ
I suppose.
お互いに仕
We're
事
both addicted
中
to
毒
our
だった
work,
ね
aren't we? Judy Reyes' eyes narrowed beneath her glasses as she laughed.
アレクシスは
Where's Alexis?
まだ
Still in
自
his
分のオフィ
office?
スよね
I forgot that he has a first name.
はい
Yes, he's working on Amadeus. Catman.
ほんとご就寝
He really is dedicated.
自分の娘
Sometimes I
と
wonder
勘
if he
違いして
doesn't
るんじゃ
think
ない
it's
か
his
し
own
ら
daughter.
あの
Uh,
こんな時間
are you
に
gonna
レ
see
スキネ
Dr.
ン教授に
Luxinen
お
at
会いに
this
なるんです
hour?
か
If it's an
もし
emergency
緊
meeting,
急で
I'll
のミ
go
ーティングな
too.
ら私も
その必要は
No
ない
need
わ
for that.
私の研究
I'm
に
having
少し
some
問
trouble
題
with
が
my
あってね
research.
至
I
急
want his
彼の
help,
知恵を
and I
借り
want
た
it
いのよ
now. Okay.
あなたがいても
There
特
wouldn't
に
be
頼める
anything
こ
you
と
could
はない
do,
でしょうし
really.
気を
No,
悪くしな
don't
いで
take
ね
that the wrong way,
でも
but
ありが
thanks.
とう
Dr. Rios kept smiling as she walked past to Maho towards the lab. The other scientists followed her.
研究に問
A
題
problem
っ
with
て
your research?
一体
What
何
could
だろ
it be? She took a closer look and saw that she didn't recognize one of the people in the group. It was hard to say why exactly she noticed him. He just didn't look like a scientist. When he spent enough time doing research, he started to get a feel for people who are in the same line of work. But he had a totally different air about him, and what was worse, he was behaving extremely rudely towards Dr. Rios. If he was one of her staff, he wouldn't act like that. Eavesdrop, eavesdrop, eavesdrop. I don't know. Like, I want to say yes, but also no, because that just sounds dangerous. I'd like Maho to live in this ending. And while everyone else was wearing white lab coats, he was wearing a freshly pressed suit. He just didn't feel right. She was about to head back to her room when... Maho. It bothered her enough that she turned right back around and silently crept back to Dr. Luxinen's lab. The door was slightly ajar. She could hear voices inside. Cat! He go meow. I'm not sure if that picked up on the microphone. It might have. Hello, sir. Okay. I thought he was going to come up to my hand, but not. Not this time. She knew it was wrong, but she decided to push her face up against the door to listen.
いつまで泳がせておくつ
How
も
long are you
り
gonna let him hang on to it?
貴重な情報
It's a valuable source of information.
下手に動
I
い
hate
て
to tip
破棄
him
でも
off
さ
and
れ
have
たら
him
もったい
destroy
ないだ
it.
ろういずれにせよ
Either way,
今月中
we're
に
leaving for
日本
Japan
に
this
立
month.
つ
I
そこ
plan
で
on
回
getting
収
it
する
back
つもり
then.
さ
なぜ半年
Can
近
you
くも
explain
様
why
子を
you've
見たの
dragged your
か
feet for 6
納
months
得
over
のいく
this?
説明ができるのかしら
I have a feeling that they're still hiding something we don't know about yet. Who's they? I tried to use Amadeus to get it out of him, but... Is Luxinen involved in this world line? I don't like that. He's a very cautious boy. Our Rintaro Okabe. Rintaro.
真帆に
Why not use your
お得意
special
の
treatment
施
at
術でもして
Maho?
あげたら
Huh?
彼女は
I don't think
何
she
も知ら
knows
ないと思うが
anything.
ね
Maho started to panic when she heard her name. And then she realized she made a big mistake. She was so focused on listening to the conversation that she pressed her shoulder into the door. Oh dear. The door to the lab wasn't very well built. There was a loud creak, and everyone in the lab turned around.
誰
Who's there? I don't like this anymore. She knew she should probably run, but her body refused to move. She couldn't understand what she was hearing, and even after they found her, she still couldn't move. She couldn't believe it. She didn't want to believe it. No need to apologize. You're right, Hifimichu. Luxinen and frowning is very funny. He looks so serious. It's abnormal. This was worse than being in a thriller, she thought. The other scientists who were with Dr. Rios grabbed her arms tightly and dragged her into the room. Oh dear.
教授
Professor,
今の
what were
話
you
は
just talking about?
一体
Dr. Luxinen looked a little sad as he walked over to her. His huge body leaned forward and peered into her face.
やれやれ
No, dear.
聞いてし
You
まった
heard,
んだ
did you?
ねまあ
Well,
ちょうどいい
it's good timing. Is it?
魔法
Maho.
さっきの
Remember that Japan
日
trip
本
we
行
were
きの
just
話だ
talking
けど
about?
ね
You're
やは
going to
り
come with
君
me
にも
after all.
一緒に来てもらおう
She didn't know what he meant. Weren't the directions opposed to it? Directors opposed to it? Was it something Dr. Luxinen couldn't decide on his own? What was good timing? Confused, she glanced over at the computer screen, but Kurisu was no longer there. The one thing she knew was... Okabe's words weren't the ramblings of conspiracy theorist after all. Nope, Okabe perspective. Oh hey. If we get to the next day, that would be cool. No particular reason. I like the wallpapers, they're silly. Anyways. It was almost July. The rainy season hadn't been that bad this year, and what little remained of it had already disappeared. Temperature-wise, summer had come a long time ago.
夏か
Summer. In other words, it had almost been a year since it happened. And then one Saturday afternoon. If I stayed home, not only would it be hot, but Dad would be on my case about helping with the family business. To get away, I'd come to the area around Ikebukuro Station. A year ago, I could have gone to the lab, but with Suzuha living there now, I had mostly stopped going. But that meant that it was hard to find a place to study on my days off. It was too much trouble to go to the university. And the classrooms probably weren't open on weekends anyway. And after a lot of research, I settled on spending my free days visiting this cafe near my parents' home and spending a few hours there. In fact, a lot of the other patrons did the same thing I did, buying a single cup of coffee and sitting there for hours on end. Oh, so that's Runtero's job, the family business. Yeah, huh, I didn't even connect those dots until you said that. I don't know, this is like the first time it's ever been mentioned. Some brought books, some brought computers. I chuckled to myself as I realized I joined the ranks of the other normies. Where are you now? Very appropriate sticker there. Too appropriate. No, the usual cafe, right? I just went to your place and you weren't home. You did? Did my dad make a nuisance of himself again? It's okay. He gave me some barley tea. I have to go shopping. Will you come with me? Okay. Thank you. Okay, I'll leave now. Wait for me. No. I honestly kind of want coffee now, too. So they went to my house. My family's business was called Okabe Greengrocer. Okay, well now we know. It's a grocery store. Like, Midori from OnStars. I'm normal, it's okay. It was a beat-up old store located in a rundown shopping street. The place was almost 40 years old. I really wanted them to rebuild it. That was your second guess? Yeah. You wanted coffee earlier but decided against it because Starbucks expensive. True. Ugh. My mind had wandered. Mayuri was gonna be here in less than 15 minutes, so maybe it was time to call it a day. I worked pretty hard during the morning, so it wasn't too bad. I was a little surprised at how hard I've been working lately. I could feel how having a goal gave me energy. I needed to get to Victor Condré University as soon as I could. Victor Condré University. Since I was still testing Amadeus, I kept in touch with Maho via email and online chat. You weren't expecting the bad ending to answer so many questions about Rintaro lore, to be honest. Honestly, same. We're learning a lot about him. She must have been working hard because she was always sleepy. Hello? Kurisu? That's concerning.
Hi.
Hello? What? Why is your voice so low? Shh. I'm in a cafe right now. Please don't call me when I'm busy with stuff. I haven't a way to know where you are or what you're doing. True. Or do you want me watching you 24 hours a day? Are you saying you want me observing you while you sleep? Or while you're taking a bath? My dear. You're quite the pervert, aren't you? I'm sorry. If you don't want to talk to me when I call you, just don't pick up. True. I won't get mad about something like that. That's true. Well, it looks like you're busy now, so I'll do what you want and hang up. You're right. It's probably pretty weird for the rest of the cafe to see you talking to a 3D model of a girl on your phone. Come on. I'm kidding. You always take the time to talk to me, and well... I'm grateful. No. We can talk about that some other time. I'm hanging up. Hey, wait. She said wait. Why didn't you wait? Fucker. Kurisu always talked so much. The real one used to talk a lot too. Talking to her in a place like this always drew a lot of attention and made me feel awkward. Looking at a screen and talking was embarrassing, was all. So I had once proposed that I talk to her like it was on a normal phone. And this is what she said. Why do I always have to stare at a close-up of the side of your head? She was really a selfish little program. Mayuri and I met up and head for Tokyo Hands. Stationary. When I stepped inside the air-conditioned store, I felt refreshed. If it was gonna be this hot in June, I shuddered to think what it was gonna be like in July or August. So what are you going to buy? Mayuri's outfit is cute. We're gonna make some signs for advertising, so I need poster board and highlighters and stuff. Are you going to put out a book at this year's Komima?
違うよ
Nope. It's for Okabe Green Sure. Oh, I see. Huh?
なんだって
What did you say? My family business. When I went to your house today, I talked to your dad about it.
そんな話になってじゃあ
And I said that Mayushi would make them for him.
立候補したの
Of course, Mayuri. Wait, seriously? My dad could be such a jerk.
お前がそんなことする
There's really no reason you have to do that.
でも
But
マ
Mayushi wants to do it.
ているのです
本当に
You're sure?
オカリンやおじさん
Your mom and dad are always so nice to
い
me.
つもお世話になってるから
Okay. I'll get you
代
something
わ
as
り
a
に
thank
今
you
度何か
present
プレゼント
then.
するよ
Really? That makes me so happy. I took a quick look around and saw that they were selling a lot of things you could use for advertising. I decided to mostly leave the purchasing decisions up to Mayuri. She spent quite a while deciding what to buy. But, well, maybe because of all the time she spent at May Queen Yon Squared, her taste ran in the direction of cute and anime. Part of me thought it was dangerous to leave it up to her, but still, they'd ask her, not me. It wasn't any of my business. I should just leave it to her. And so I decided to wander around the store while Mayuri finished her shopping, but... Again.
どうかしたか
What's up?
もしかして
Are you out shopping?
ああ
Yeah,
マユリと
with
な
Mayuri. No, a date.
スイーツかっこ
Mainstream
悪い
woman.
その呼び
I
方は
told you
や
to
めろ
stop
と言った
calling
ろ
me
うが
that.
だったらお前
And
も
stop assuming
恋愛の
everything is
癖を
about
直すんだな
romance.
はいはい
Right, right,
わかったわよ
fine.
でも
But isn't
マユリ
Mayuri
さんって可愛い
cute?
わよね
She is, she's adorable.
あんな可愛い
You're
年
lucky
下
to
の
have
幼
such a
馴染
cutie
が
as your
いるなんて
childhood friend.
あんた恵まれてるわよ
そうだな
You're right.
これじゃ真帆
Mahou doesn't stand a chance at this rate.
じゃない可愛げもないし
Just not as cute. Just not as young. Just shorter. And her boobs are just hopeless.
的なものも
Kurisu, please. Aw. I feel so bad for her.
それをヒヤジョ
If you say that in front of Hiyajo, she'll delete your program.
というか
You know,
私
you actually haven't
まだに
introduced me to
まゆりさんを
Mayuri.
紹介してもらってないあんた友達
You
は
got
結
quite a
構い
few
るのに
friends, but
私
you
の
never
ことは
told any of them
教えよう
about
とし
me.
ないわよね
守秘義務的なもの
It's
が
a secrecy thing. I'm not supposed to tell people about you.
本当にそれ
Is
だ
that
け
really all it is?
実は
You actually don't want people seeing me talk to you, do you?
そんなことは
That's
ない
not
さ
true.
どうしても紹介し
If
て
you
ほし
really
いな
want me
ら
to introduce you, I'll get permission from Hiyajo.
手始めに
I'll start by introducing you to Daru, the man I trust the most.
ダルを紹介しようあいつなら
He just
お
loved
前
to
には
talk to
相
you.
当食いつくはずだ
He'll stare at me with his filthy eyes, constantly panting after me 24 hours a day. Right. Perverts scare me. Kurisu went pale and started to shake. I told Kurisu all kinds of things about what kind of person Daru was. She could easily imagine what would happen if she ever fell into his clutches. Never mind. You don't have to introduce me to anyone. I'll just keep telling myself that I'm lucky to have you to talk to. Okarin! Mayuri walked over carrying a shopping basket.
あれ
Huh?
今
Who were you
誰と話
talking
してたの
to?
あ
No.
あ
I looked down at my phone. Kurisu had disappeared and my smartphone was back at its home screen. Evidently, Kurisu had hung up.
大学の
Another
先輩から
student from school.
そっか
I see. I know I didn't have to hide Kurisu, but... At the same time, Mayuri was the one person I didn't want finding out. She knew that I failed to save Kurisumakise last summer.
それで買うも
So
のは
do you
決まった
decide
か
what you're going to buy? Oh, yeah.
こん
What do
な
you
感
think
じで
about
どう
this?
かな。
The basket was filled with heart and star-shaped cardstock. This didn't really go with our store's look, but I decided when I started. I was gonna let Mayuri make the decisions. Dad might complain later, but I didn't care. He was the one who asked Mayuri for help, not me. And so I went over to the register. Since it was a Saturday, the checkout area was overflowing with shopping carts. Since it was gonna take a while, I sent Mayuri to browse the toy section on another floor. I knew they'd have some stuff from one of her favorite shows, Rain at Kakeru. Mayuri looked apologetic, but did what I told her to. In the end, I waited a whole 15 minutes at the register. As an apology, I decided to get the present I promised her. She seemed really happy as she stared at the keychain. It was Upa, the mascot character from the Rainet Kakeru series. Yeah, Mayuri would totally drag Rentaro to the time machine if she found out about Kurisu without much else context. Honestly, yeah, I would see it. Yeah, have Suzaha do the dragging. They would gang up on him for sure and get him in that time machine and do the shit. But yes, good Upa. I told her when she went over to the toy section she could pick out anything she wanted, and this is what she chose.
ウーパならもう大
You
量に
seem
持って
pretty
る
happy about that,
随分
given how
嬉し
many
そうだな
Upas you already have.
しかもそれって
Well, that's a regular
普通の
green
緑色
Upa,
のウーパ
right?
だろ
Not the rare one.
レアなやつじゃないよなレアなのは
The rare one.
メタルウーパ
Do you mean the metal Upa? The most popular and rarest of the Upas was the shiny silver metal Upa. For example, whenever there was a lottery for rare Rainet Kakadu stuff at the convenience stores, the top prize was always a metal Upa. Marty had told me once that they sold for tens of thousands of yen at an auction.
チッチッチ。
Tisk tisk tisk. For some reason, Marty was wagging her finger at me.
違うんだな。
Nope.
これはね、
This is a green Upa, but it's not a regular one.
普通のとは違うの。この前やってた
This is the
映画
green
に
fairy
登
Upa
場
that was
した
in the movie they just
緑の
released.
妖精さんウーパなんだよ。
Got to think of it. There had been a Rainet Kakadu movie out in spring. Hermione sat in a theater full of little kids to watch it.
緑の妖
The
精
Green
さん
Fairy.
映画のネタ
Is it
バレ
okay if I spoil the
してもい
movie?
いかな。
いいぞ
Go
どうせ
ahead.
見ないし
I'm not going to go see it.
えっと、
So this movie, it's about a fight with an evil super hacker in the virtual world.
悪のスーパーハッカーさんたちとバトルをするんだ。そのバーチャル
The virtual world is a forest where the
妖
fairies
精さん
live.
の住む森なのです。スーパーハッカー
Mr.
さん
Super
は
Hacker is
すごく
really
強くて
strong,
ね
and Kakadu and Upa are in big trouble,
ピ
but
ンチになっちゃうんだけど、もうダメだ
just when they're about to lose, the fairies come to
妖精
save
さん
them.
たちが助けに
That's
来てくれる
cute.
の。実はその
And it turns out that the fairies are actually the flowers in the school garden that he'd always taken care of.
学校の花壇のお花さんたちだったんだよ。いつも優しくしてくれる
They came all the way to the virtual world to save Kakadu.
バー
And
チ
then
ャ
there
ル
was
世
this
界
big
で
shiny
光
light, and then they combined with Upa.
ウーパと合体するんだ。それがこの
And that's Green
緑の
Fairy
妖精
Upa.
さん
He's really cute and really strong.
可愛いし、すっごく強いんだよ。
I'm not familiar with Digimon lore, but it wouldn't surprise me if this wasn't the plot to a season or a special or, well, movie. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either.
Mayushi
Mayushi thought it was so great. I love stories like that. The director's a genius.
監督さん天才だよ。
なるほどな
I see. It was rare for Mayuri to get this excited about something. I took a closer look and saw the design was a little different from the standard Upa. I didn't know a lot about Upas, so I couldn't say exactly what was different.
このキーホルダー
I've
ね
actually been spending a lot of
結
time
構
looking for
あち
this
こち探して
keychain.
たんだすっごく人気があってね
It's really
どこ
popular,
も売り切
so
れ
it's sold
だ
out
ったんだ
everywhere.
よ
I never would have thought Hans would have had one.
ハンズに残ってるなんて思わなかったな
ラッキーだったな。
You were pretty lucky, huh? Yep,
しかも
and it was the
これが
last
最後の
one.
1個だったんだよ今日は来てよかっ
And I'm glad I came today.
た
I need to thank you and your
お
dad.
じさんには感謝しなくちゃ
Larry took the tag off the keychain, got her house key out of her bag, and carefully attached it. Hey,
ねえ
Okuni,
おかり
Maishi will treasure this forever and ever and ever.
ずっとずっ
I'm sure you will, sweetie. I'm sure you will. Totally don't give that to your future orphan child.
おお、そうしてくれ。
Yeah, please do.
くれぐれも。
Make sure you don't lose it 5 minutes after you get it. It happened before, after all. Like the metal Upa I'd won for her at the radio building. Myri had lost it no more than 5 minutes after I gave it to her. I wonder if she had ever found it. I didn't really want to remember that time in my life, so my memory of what happened to the metal Upa was vague. I remember.
もう絶
Yep,
対に
I'm never gonna lose it again.
なくさないのです
The two of us started to head back.
あかりんのお店の
I'm gonna work hard to make the ads for your shop, okay?
あ
No,
あ、
yeah.
その作
You
業
still
があ
got
った
to
な
do that. But if this is the bad ending because it parallels with where this all started, I don't think so. I don't trust Steins enough for that to be that simple. I've been thinking the job was done once we bought the materials. The real work actually began now.
俺も手伝おうか。
Should I help too? No, I'm fine. Believe in
マユシー
Mayashi.
のセンスを信じてほしいな
ハートマーク
I'm a little worried after you tried to buy a heart-shaped cardstock.
大丈夫だよ
It's fine.
まあ、
Well,
ポップを
It's
作っ
nice
て
of
く
you
れ
to
るだ
make
けで
them
もあ
at
りが
all,
たいから。
so I won't
文句は
complain.
言わないけどな。
Oh,
お母さん
I
に
need to
メ
call
ール
Mom.
しなきゃ
I'll tell her that I'll be
晩
home
ご
for
飯ま
dinner.
でには帰りますって
なんなら、
Why not
うち
eat
で
at
食
my
べてってもいい
place?
ぞ。
I'm sure either Mom or
どう
Dad
せ
will try
親
to
父
get
や
you
お
to
ふくろ
stay
が引き止め
anyway.
るだろうし。
True.
うーん
Hmm.
どうしよう
I
か
don't
な
know.
おかりんは
Are you going to stay at
今日は
home
こ
for the
の
rest
後
of
ずっと
today?
家にい
You
る
won't
の
go any singles parties?
合コン
Go
とか
to any
かな
singles parties? I can read.
最近は全
I
然
haven't
行って
been
ない
to
よ。
any lately. Last fall, when I've been trying to become a normal college kid, I forced myself to go to as many as possible. But lately, I've been so busy with my studies that I hadn't had a chance.
そっか
I see.
じゃあ
Then maybe I will.
ごちそうになっていこうかな
I already took out her phone and started to type something when. Since when did Nintendo go to singles parties? Never mind. Yeah. Good job, buddy. My expression suddenly darkened. She stopped moving.
どうした？
What's wrong?
うん
Um,
ついさっきね
I just got a message from
楓さん
Kaede.
からメールが来て
I
て
didn't notice it.
気づかなかったよどうしよ
What should I do?
Okarin.
Okarin. What does it say? Mairi seemed like she was on the verge of tears.
何かあったのか？
Did something happen?
うねえオカリン
Hey, Okarin.
前に言ってたよ
You
ね
told me before that
吹雪
Fubuki's
ちゃんは
not
病
sick,
気なんかじゃない
right?
って
What's happening?
吹雪ちゃん？
Fubuki?
中瀬
You
さん
mean
のことか？
Nakase?
来
Not
島さんの方じゃ
Kurishima,
なくて
right? Yeah,
あれって
is that true?
本当に
She's
病気
really
じゃない
not
んだ
sick?
よね
お
え
お
Yeah,
違うは
I
ず
don't
だ。
think so.
でも
But Mairi showed me her phone. Fubuki's back in the hospital. I'm on my way. Here's the location.
また入
She's
院し
back
た
in the
だっ
hospital.
て
I couldn't believe what I was seeing on the screen. Fubuki was at a different location than before. This time it was the AH Tokyo General Hospital High-Tech Medical Center in Yoyogi. It was supposedly one of Japan's most advanced hospitals. According to what I read on the internet, patients with the new encephalitis that everyone was talking about were being gathered here for special treatment. But I'd also read lots of really bad urban legends about the place, and I was a bit worried about what kind of horror show I'd find there. But of course, when we arrived it was nothing like that. It was very clean and decorated like a luxury hotel.
マユリちゃん
Mighty, Okarin,
こっちです
this way. Kaede and Yuki waved to us as we entered the lobby. Yuki had gotten a message from Kaede as well, and had evidently come right over.
ふぶきちゃんは
Where's Fubuki?
大丈夫だよ
She's fine. Yuki gave Mayuri a soft hug and a smile. Kaede bowed her head apologetically.
驚かせてごめんね
Sorry to scare you.
私も
I was
焦っちゃ
kind
って
of in a hurry myself.
もっと
I should have
ちゃんと
checked more
確認
carefully
したから
before I
メールすれ
messaged
ば
you.
よかった
というと
And what do you mean?
中
How's
瀬さんの
Nakase
容体は
doing?
今
I just met her mom in the
ふぶきちゃん
hospital
のお
room.
母さんに
It
会えた
doesn't
んで
look
す
like
け
her
ど
illness has
レー
gotten
ガン
any
の気が悪
worse.
化したとかじゃないそうです
I guess that's good.
じゃあ
And then they've just brought her here for more examinations or something.
はい
Yes,
そう言って
and
ま
that's
した
what they said. So there's nothing to worry about.
全然心配ないって
No. I'm so glad. Same, Mayudine. Though not entirely relieved because I don't trust this game. But Mayuri looked extremely relieved as Yuki continued to hug her. If I remembered right, the last time they examined her, they said it was possible that she had the disease, but as long as it didn't get any worse, it wouldn't affect her daily life. They just told her to come back for regular checkups. Moa's raised field again? Psychophysiology or something like that? I think that's the order of the Psycho and Phys. Yeah, okay, yeah, psychophysiology. The encephalitis had arrived in Japan over 6 months ago, but the number of patients was still increasing. Fortunately, there hadn't been a single casualty yet.
あれは
I'm pretty
病気
sure
なんか
that's
じゃ
no
ないと思う
illness,
けど
though.
な
I was certain that what they were calling encephalitis was actually something similar to reading Steiner. One time when I went to visit Fubuki in the hospital, I had secretly investigated the other patients. Of course. So she studies brain diseases, at least in part? I mean, if you want to call mental illnesses brain diseases, sure. I wasn't able to get any proof, but I found out most of the patients in her wing had, to varying degrees, memories of the same world line. Many people had memories of Japan at war. Oops.
ふぶきちゃんに会えるか
Can I
な
see Fubuki?
それがね
They say they're doing an MRI to look at her brain right now, so she's not in her room.
だから病室にいないのそうなんだ
I see.
でももう
But
少
it'll
し
be
で終わ
done
るみたいよ
soon. Fubuki's mom told us
こ
to
こで
wait
待ってい
here.
てってふぶきちゃんのお母さんが
Kaede motioned to Mayuri, indicating me she should sit down at a nearby sofa. I don't know what I was about to say.
検査が終わったら
Once the exam is done, she's going to come get us. I let the girls sit down on the sofa and stood next to them while I surveyed the lobby.
すごい病院で
This
す
is
よ
an
ね
amazing hospital, isn't it? Yeah.
中瀬さんの家っ
Is
て
Nakase's family really
実は
rich
す
or
ごい金
something?
持ちだったりするの
Just
か
staying in a place like
こ
this?
んなところに入院なんて
いえ
No,
そうじゃなく
that's not
ってで
it.
すね吹雪ちゃんのお
Fubuki's
母
mom
さん
says
の
that
話
the
だと
Japanese and
日
American
本と
governments are
アメリ
paying
カ
for
の
a new
政府が
treatment
お金を出
project.
して新しい治療のプロジェクトを始めるみたいなんですこの病院と
It's gonna be centered around this lab and a dedicated hospital in
研究所が
America,
中心になって
supposedly.
やるんだそうですよ
そうなのか
I see. I wasn't sure how I felt about that. If I was right about what this disease really was, it was hard to imagine a bigger waste of money.
お願いします。患者は全員
Please give all the patients
個室にしてください。
private
それ
rooms
も
and try to keep the rooms as far apart from one another as possible to ensure the patients don't come into contact. That sounds like a little luxnin.
しかしね、そん
But
な
there
都
aren't
合よ
that
く
many
病
open
床は空いてい
rooms.
ませんから。
それでも
You
やって
need to
くれ
do
な
it
いとダ
anyway.
メです。
If the patients talk to each other, they'll start to share the dreams, right?
夢の情報を共有してしまうでしょ
いや、それは
Sure,
そう
that's
です
true,
が、
but
う。脳というのはね、
once a person
他
hears
人
about
が見た
someone
夢
else's
なのに
dream,
それ
their
に
brain can
共
trick
感
them
を
into
覚えてし
thinking
まうと
they had that
あ
dream
た
as
かも
well.
自分が見た夢のように錯覚してしまう。そういう可能性だってあるのです。
I'm not sure that's how that works, but okay. Across the lobby, I saw an old Japanese doctor in a white coat and a big man in a suit who was frantically trying to talk to him. No. I'd seen the man in the suit before. So have we all. And actually, it was a man I knew well. Professor. Professor Luxinen. Yeah, memories are super pliable, but yeah, like, it's a bit of a stretch. I hurried over. Dr. Luxinen, it's me, Okabe. He must have been wearing his translator, because he was communicating with the old doctor in Japanese. Dr. Luxinen's face quickly broke into a smile when he saw me. Oh, Rintaro! His voice was so loud that everyone in the lobby, doctors, nurses, staff, and even the patients turned to look at me. But Dr. Luxinen didn't seem to notice them as he ran over. He was a giant American football player. He was like a giant American football player racing for a touchdown. Oh dear. Well, wait, Professor! Stop! My cries went unheard as Dr. Luxinen tackled me and then pulled me up. And then he switched from football player to pro wrestler, and he swung me up and down. I felt like I was a little child. There was nothing I could do to resist him as he flung me around. A moment later, he noticed the cold stares of the people around us and finally released me. Oh my, I'm sorry. I was so surprised, I got a little too excited. Like a little golden retriever. Dr. Luxinen bowed to the people around him in apology.
レスキネン先生、
Dr.
この青
Luxinen,
年とは
who is this
ど
young
ういった
man?
お知り合いかな？
The doctor that Professor Luxinen had been talking to was staring at me suspiciously. Understandable. I'm... well... I wasn't sure exactly what to tell him. It wasn't like he was really my professor.
見たところまだ
You
学生
seem to
の
be
よ
a
うだが、
student.
どこの
Which school are you with?
教
If
授
you're
と同じ
studying brain
脳科学
science like the
専攻だと
professor...
すると、
No, I'm...
彼は
He'll be a student at Victor Condria this September. I'm planning on having him come to my lab.
私の研究室に来てもらうつもりでいます。
Huh?
ほうほう
I see.
ビクトン
Victor
コロンビア
Condria
大学
University, yeah?
これは
That's a
驚いた。
surprise. I looked over at Dr. Luxinen questioningly, but he just gave me a mischievous smile. This guy. He really was such a kid.
日本人であそこへ
It's very
行
rare
け
for a
る学生
Japanese
なん
student
て
to be able to go there. I'm
大したもの
impressed.
だ。
Thanks. After the doctor left, I sighed loudly enough for Professor Luxinen to hear me.
今の人は
Who was that guy?
この病院の
The director of
院
this
長
hospital. The director. You just told a lie to someone that important? No. Did I lie? I said you'd be a student starting in September, but I didn't say this September. So true. Or what? Do you think you don't have what it takes to make it to my school in the end? That's a little unfortunate, but... He really was like a little kid. Completely shameless. But still, it was hard to hate him. And I'm surprised though. I had no idea you were in Japan. It had been 5 months since I'd seen him off at Narita. Maho's here too. Really? She didn't say a word about it. I talk to her often via email and video chat, mostly about Amadeus' testing, but she hadn't said a word about coming to Japan. I hadn't heard anything about it from Crisio either. We're back in the same office at Wako City. Come by anytime you'd like and bring Crisio. I told them to find us a different place after we got robbed last time, but... Dr. listened and looked up toward the ceiling and shrugged. It did feel like that place had security issues. Are you not feeling well, Rintaro? Did you come here for treatment? No. I'm here to visit a friend. No, I see. That's good. Well, it's not good for your friend. I'm sorry. No. So, what are you doing at a Japanese hospital? Dr. listened and brought his face close to mine and whispered so that the people around us couldn't hear him. You've heard about the new encephalitis cases, right? The American government asked our psychophysiology lab to look into it. They hit a roadblock. The university ordered me to help with the investigation. I see. So you're helping with the new encephalitis cases. You can hear it? Cool. Now there's a word I didn't expect to hear. I explained that my friend was here because they thought she might have the disease. Is your friend named Katsumi Nakase, perhaps? Why do you know her name? Yeah. You met her- oh right. You met her at the Christmas party, didn't you? That's right. My interest in this new disease started with that party, you see. Right, because she collapsed. So did Okabe. Both you and Katsumi collapsed, right? He was right, actually. In my case, I've been sent to that other world line. I met up with her again several days ago. She demanded to know why she was being sent back to the hospital when she was just fine. I see. Would you tell her it would make me happy if she was a bit more cooperative? My dear. Huh. I actually feel really bad for both her and all the other patients. We and the Japanese team are doing what we can, but we just don't understand the results we're getting. Dr. Lixinen's usually chipper expression darkened. The man was such a ball of vitality that I hadn't noticed until then, but when his smile disappeared, I could see the wrinkles that had formed on his face from exhaustion. He must have been working hard, like he said. To be honest, none of the doctors thought we'd have this much trouble explaining it at the start. What's wrong, Rintaro? Well,
その
何か
is there something wrong?
いえ
No.
俺は医学
I'm
生じゃ
not a
ないので
medical student, so this is all outside my expertise. I was about to tell him about my reading Steiner, but in the end I couldn't. Good. If my uninformed opinion was wrong, it could cost the encephalitis patients their lives. I couldn't just tell him when I didn't have any proof. And then his face drew close to mine again.
ところで
By the
そ
way,
の克美が
Katsumi was
な
saying
かな
something
か
very
興味深い
interesting.
ことを言っていたんだよ。
What was she saying?
自分たちは
She said something
病気じゃ
about
ない
not being sick,
別の
about
世
how she
界
was
の
actually
出来事を
experiencing another world in
夢
her
で見る
dreams.
能力があるだけだとかな。
Katsumi. Look. I told her not to say anything about it. Could she not help it? This is bad. They might start to doubt her sanity.
中
Well,
瀬さんは
Nagase's
その
got a very vivid imagination,
とても
maybe.
想像力が
She loves
楽しい
sci-fi and anime.
SF とかアニメとか大好きですから他の平行世界を
Which is probably just, she probably just said that she has the power to experience parallel worlds because she saw it on some show somewhere.
実は俺も
I remember that
そう
I
いう
used
こと
to
を言
say
っていた
stuff
時期
like
があるん
that.
ですよ
I tried my best to come up with excuses, but Dr. Luxton still seemed concerned.
だけどね、
But still,
私
I
も
was
治
really
療
surprised when I
プロジェ
started
クトに
participating
参
in
加
the
して
treatment
驚いたん
project.
だが、確かに
One of the
この病
strange
の
things
特徴
about
と
this
して
illness is that many
多くの
patients share the
患者
same
が
dreams.
夢を共有する不可思議な現象が起こっているんだ。集団幻覚
I'm
に
assuming it's
近いの
similar
か
to a
と
mass
思って
hallucination.
今調べているんだけどね。でもなんだろ
But what do you
う、
think?
こんなことは
I've never seen
初め
this
てで
before.
ね。
From a
脳科
brain
学
science
的には
perspective,
今の
I
と
just
こ
don't
ろ
have an answer
解
right
が
now.
導けない。正直、
To be
非
honest,
科学的という
unscientific is the
言葉が
word that seems
一
to
番
best
しっくり
fit,
くるくらいだよ。
like parallel worlds,
そ
or
れこ
memories
そ
of a past life.
平行世
you know?
界とか前世の記憶とかね。
そう
Like,
ですか
see.
君も勝美か
It
ら
would help if
いろ
you
いろ
talk to
と
Katsumi
話を
too.
聞いてくれると助かるよ。医者に言え
And
ない
there's
こ
some
とで
things you
も
can't say to
友
a
人にな
doctor,
ら
but
話
that
すだ
you'll
ろう
tell
し。
your friends.
はい
Sure,
一応
I'll ask her,
心
I
がけておきます
guess.
さて、
So,
リンタロ
Rintaro,
ウ、それは
that
それとし
aside,
て
I have a
確認だ。
question for you. I'm concerned. Dr. Luxton was looking over my shoulder.
Christmas party の
I got a
時に
sense of
も
this at
感
the
じたんだ
Christmas
けれど、
party.
君
But your
の
girlfriends
ガールフ
really
レン
are
ドたち
cute,
は
aren't they?
キュートなお嬢さんばかりだね。
Girlfriends?
え
Huh? I turned around and saw that Mayuri, Kaede, and Yuki had all stood up from the sofa and were looking at me. When they saw Dr. Luxton and was looking at them, they waved.
やはり
So are any of those girls involved with you right now?
ユキ、
Yuki, Kaede,
楓、
Mayuri,
ル
Luka,
そ
or
れと
maybe
も
Katsumi.
勝美がそうなのかな。
I like that Luka's on this list, thank you. What? His words were so surprising I couldn't think of anything to say. Maho would often call this middle-aged man a mischievous boy, and that was exactly the look he had on his face.
いや、
No,
別
I
に
won't force you to
無理
tell
に
me.
聞かせてくれ
I don't want to
ない
pry
が
into your private life.
君のプライベートを詮索する気はないからね。ただ、
But, well,
可愛い
I hope to have
教え子
something to tell my favorite
ちょっとした
student.
土産話をと思ってただけさ。
Mm.
な
I love the sound he made, accompanied by those 3 question marks. Luxinen is such a fun character. I hate that he's evil. So true. I mean, I guess it's not necessarily... Well, like, we don't fully understand what the fuck's going on between him and Riaz. We just know for a fact Riaz is definitely evil. Truly the epitome of America right now. But yeah, Mamo is truly bringing it. Dr. Luxinen turned to walk away before I could figure out what he meant.
それじゃリンタロウ。
Alright,
私
Rintaro.
はもうちょっ
I've
と
got to talk to the
院長と
director a little
話をし
more,
ないといけ
so I'll be
ないから
going.
これで。
It seems like Kifumi's access to the brain cells a little faster than yours. I love your reply, Kifumi. 10 out of 10. I love to go around to all those girls and give them a hug too, but I'll save that for next time. Tell them I said hello. High-speed brain cell access, yes, accurate. Oh, sure. Mayuri and the others came over to me as I watched him go.
今の人
Was that Dr. Luxnen then?
ですよね。
Yeah, I knew I'd seen him somewhere before.
アメリカに
I thought he'd gone back to America.
おかり
Oh, Karim. There was no way I could tell the girls what Dr. Luxnen and I were just talking about. After Fubuki's exam was over, we went to her room and listened to her complain, and then the visit was over. Just like Dr. Luxnen had said, she looked just fine. She told us she was ready to leave the hospital and jog all the way home. Mayuri and the others were relieved, but I felt worried. Did I need to talk to Dr. Luxnen about reading Steiner after all? But how would I explain it? It might be a better idea to talk to Maho and have her explain it to him. I couldn't come to an answer right away. Suzuha! Oh. It was a very hot day in 1998 when Suzuha said goodbye to Kagari Shina. She'd gone to get food and water from a local store, and when she'd come back and opened the hatch, Kagari was inside, screaming. Oh, come on. How does this stupid thing work? She looked inside and saw that Kagari was slamming her tiny hands down on the control console.
お前
What are you doing? Kagari shrank back when she saw Suzuha. No, I'm not. This isn't what it looks like.
答えろ
Answer me. But
目を覚ました
I
ら
woke up and you were gone, and it was dark and the lights wouldn't turn on. And it's so cramped and scary in here.
苦しくて
Hmm.
だから
So I tried to open the door,
開けたくてそれで
and then I was fiddling with it. This happened.
こんなことに
Kagari started to cry.
ごめんなさい
I'm sorry, big sis Suzuha. I'm sorry, but I was really scared.
本当に怖かったんだ、
Hmm.
だからそうか
I see. Suzuha relaxed her guard. Kagari had PTSD from her time as a war orphan. She hadn't fully recovered yet. No shit. Mayuri had once told her that she got very frightened in dark and cramped places. It would make sense if waking up in the dark caused a panic attack. And the time machine could only function with Suzuha's biometric authorization. Someone of Kagari's size wouldn't be able to break the console either.
お前は時間移動
You
の
passed
ショ
out
ック
from
で
the
気を
shock of
失っ
time
てたんだよ
travel, so I want to
だ
let
か
you
ら
get
休ま
some
せておい
rest.
たんだけど
I'm sorry.
悪かった
Suzuha grabbed one of Kagari's tiny hands to help her up, and then led her outside the machine. Ma,
暑い
it's so hot.
かがり
Kagari,
約束するんだ
promise me that you won't touch the switches on the control console no matter
操
what.
縦席のスイッチに触ったりするな
Okay,
じゃあ
I'm gonna
私は
get
仕事に
started.
かかるから
You go and rest.
お前はその
Have some
辺で
food
休ん
and
でるん
water
だ
if you want.
飲み物と食べ物は適当に食べていい
Suzuha handed Kagari the provisions she'd brought, then went inside and poked her head into the cargo space under the control console. She connected the IBM 5100 she'd stored there to a portable terminal she brought from the future. By all appearances, it was an early 2000s cell phone, but inside it was a miniaturized quantum computer from the year 2036. Of course, future Daru had made it himself. When she booted up the IBM 5100, rows of numbers started to appear on the screen.
何をするの？
What are you doing? Kagure was looking in from outside the machine.
2000年問題
Did you
は
study
勉
the
強
year
したか？
2000 problem?
施設の
I
学校で
studied a little
ちょ
at
っ
the
とだけ。
orphanage.
結
In
局
the end,
何にも
nothing
起こらなか
happened,
ったんで
right?
しょ？表向きは
That's
ね。
what everybody thinks.
公表されてない
It
けど、
wasn't made public,
実
but
は
at
当
the
時、
time,
あ
a
れの
lot
せ
of
いで
places and a lot
い
of
くつかの
countries
地
had
域や
serious
国に
problems because
深
of
刻
it.
な問題が起きたんだ。そう
Really?
なの？問題だったの
The
は
issue was this
この
computer,
IBM
the IBM
5100というコンピュータ
5100.
ーなんだよ。これには古いプログラム
It's
言
got
語
an
が
old
搭載され
programming
てるんだ
language
けど、
on it,
そ
and the
のプログ
engineers
ラム
weren't
の
able
問
to
題点
fix the
を
program.
技術者たちが修正できなかった。というより、
In fact,
そん
they
な
didn't
言
even
語
know
で書
that
か
an
れた
imported
重大な
program
プログラ
existed
ムが
that
存
was
在する
written
こ
in
と
this
自体
language.
全く知られてなかった。第三次世界
The
大
race to
戦は
develop the time
タ
machine
イム
was
マ
the
シン
beginning
の
of
開
the
発
Third
競
World
争が
War,
発端なんだ
but
けど、もしかすると
there's a chance that
2000
something that
年問題
happened
で
during
発
the
生し
world
たある事
the
象
year
と
2000
それに
problems
付随する
and
対
the
立こ
divisions
そ
that
が
resulted from
もっ
that
と深
were
い
a
原
deeper
因である可能
cause.
性がある。
She didn't expect a 10-year-old like Kagori to understand this, but she didn't feel like taking the time to explain.
しかも
And the
西
year
暦2000
2000
年
is
と
a
いうの
special
は
year,
特
you
殊な
see.
年でね。
All the world
す
lines
べての世界
temporarily
線が
converge here.
一旦一つに収束してしまうらしいんだ。それに関連して
This means that it's
この
possible
問
the
題
year
があらゆる
2000
世界
problem
線
has a
の
huge
運
effect on all
重
world
大な影
lines.
響を引き起こすかもしれない。私たちが目指して
The
る
world line in the gap that we're
狭間の
trying
世
to
界線
reach, Steins Gate,
シュタインズゲ
is
ート
no
の例外じゃ
exception.
ない。
She looked down at the terminal connected to the IBM 5100.
だからこれは
So this is the patch
2000年
program
問
to
題
keep
を
the
起こ
year
さないように
2000
するた
problem
め
from
の
ever
修
happening.
正プログラムなんだよ。
Right now, the terminal is converting the patch into the language used by the IBM 5100. The next step was to spread the program all around the world in the form of a virus. In the year 2000, problems that this era's engineers missed would completely disappear. The word connect appeared on the terminal subscreen.
OK、
Okay,
つながっ
it's
た。
connected. She'd been told that in Japan of this era, ADSL was still in the test phase, and most normal users connected to the internet by low-speed dial-up using ISDN. But in major city areas like Akihabara, universities, labs, and some big computer companies were starting to use fiber optic broadband. Some of them were even using wireless LANs. Suzuha cracked her way into one of those. Dad had laughed when he said that with year 20 okay, I can read. Dad had laughed when he'd said that with the 2036 technology, cracking late 20th century network security was a joke, but he'd been right.
でも
But
未来を
if
変
you
えちゃった
change
ら
the future,
カガリたち
will
が
that
いた
change
未
the
来
world
の
we were
世界
in?
も全然変わっちゃうんじゃないの？
Surprisingly, Kagari had gotten the gist of what Suzuha had just told her.
そういうことだ。
And that's right.
もうあの世界は
I
存
refuse
在
to
さ
let
せ
that
ない
world exist any longer.
私たちは
So I've come here to reach
シュタイン
Steins
ズゲートを
Gate.
目指すためにここへ来たんだから。
Suddenly, the uneasy look on Kaguri's face vanished. It was as if her soul had left its body. Suddenly her face was expressionless, and her eyes were wide.
声、
Voice.
神様の
I can
声。
hear God's
聞こえる。
voice.
カガリ？
Kaguri,
ダメだよ。
you can't do
よ
that.
くないよ。
It's not right.
ダメなんだよ。
You can't do that, big
ちゃん
sis Suzuha.
そんなこと
You
しちゃ
can't.
いけないんだ。おい、
Huh? Kaguri was acting strangely. Suspiciously, Suzuha reached her hand out towards her. But she slipped past Suzuha's hand, and quicker than any child should be able to move, She slammed her shoulder straight into Suzuha's body. Suzuha was caught completely off guard. That's how fast it was. Kaguri's shoulder hit her in the solar plexus. She bent over and collapsed onto the seat. Kaguri tore the terminal out of Suzuha's hands. The cables connecting it to the IBM 5100 were ripped out, and errors displayed on both screens. But what are you doing? Kaguri didn't answer the question. Instead, she grabbed the backpack that Suzuha had placed on the seat and spilled its contents onto the floor. They were MREs, spare parts, clothes, and a semi-automatic pistol. Suzuha couldn't believe it. Kaguri was going to try and pick it up. Stop it! She forced herself to ignore the pain as she jumped on Kaguri's body. But another unbelievably powerful body slam knocked her back. Something cold was pushed right up against her brow. Don't move. Kaguri's tiny hands weren't shaking at all as she clutched the semi-automatic pistol. In the space of an instant, the safety on the gun had been flipped off. That's when Suzuha realized that this wasn't just a temper tantrum. Suzuha was the one who taught her how to use a gun. That's why she knew that Kaguri was perfectly calm. Are you insane? Put the gun down now. Stop doing this. You're the one who needs to stop. What? You can't change the world. You're not making sense. There was no hesitation in her eyes. Instead, Suzuha saw only resolve. Do you want the war to happen then? I don't know anything about that. I just want to go back to my old world. Then, that's never going to happen. We've already used the time machine to interfere with the past. The world lines changed. There's almost no chance we can go back. Shut up, shut up! I'm gonna save Mama. You can't erase this world. I won't let you. Kaguri turned the gun towards the IBM 5100. Stop! Before Suzuha could stop her, she yanked down on the trigger. Again and again. Stop it, Kaguri! Please, stop! And then Kaguri jumped out of the time machine, and Suzuha never saw her again. And every night that passed, she remembered Kaguri. Suzuha spent some time looking for Kaguri when she'd first come to this era, but in the end, she never found anything. But Kaguri Shino, who was now 22 years old, was here in Akihabara. Suzuha was sure of it. But it did no good to keep thinking about it. So Suzuha decided to stop thinking and look around the room. Itaru, her dad, was playing yet another game popularized entirely with female characters. His jaw was slack, and he was scratching the belly fat that stuck out from under his shirt as he played. There wasn't much to respect in him right now, either as a father or as a person. Come to think of it, how are things with Mom? Hmm? Is everything okay? I'm still going to be born, right? Oh, well... Is that more important than the time machine? Hey! Suzuha stormed over to Itaru. You can't screw this up, Dad. Yeah. Dad is gonna do his best, okay? All you ever do is talk. You even wasted those movie tickets we gave you, didn't you? She meant the pair of movie tickets that Mayuri and Ferris had conspired to give them at the Christmas party. That was because Okarine and Miss Fubuki collapsed, you know? We were so busy with hospital visits and stuff that the movie left the theater. It's not like it's my fault. But I heard that when they tried to give you new tickets, you turned them down. Wow. Who told you that? Bixus Mayu and Bixus Rumi, obviously. That's because, you know, it's not very manly to make those two do all the work, is it? So, did you go and do something yourself? This isn't going to work. Maybe this was a more important problem than the time machine. Suzuha brought her hands up to her head. Listen, Dad. I'm not gonna be around to lecture you like this forever, okay? I'm leaving soon. Oh. Suddenly there was a sad look in Itaru's eyes. Don't make that face. I promised I'd stop worrying about it. For the past 6 months, Suzuha had been thinking about whether it was really right to erase this world. But in the end, it was none other than Itaru who pushed her to go ahead. I'm sorry. She couldn't bear to see her father so depressed, so she patted his broad back. I can read. Don't just sit there and be glum. Send Mom a message and see if she's free sometime. And if she is, invite her to a movie. Yeah? That's way too sudden. I don't care if it's sudden or not. Do it anyway, okay? This is an order. An order. What's your answer? Sir, yes, sir. Satisfied, she headed off to take a shower. Oh, but before that, I'm gonna hit the convenience store. Ah, don't glare at me like that. I'll eat as healthy as I can, so please forgive me. Vanilla. Huh? I want ice cream when I'm done with my shower. Vanilla ice cream. Okay, I'll go buy you a lot of really top shelf stuff. It doesn't have to be a lot, just one thing is fine. Sir, yes sir. That was enough to cheer Daru up. He took his wallet and ran out of the lab. He's such a handful. She was just about taking off her jacket so she could take that shower. But... Suzuha. Itaru had come back into the lab. What is it? I found this on the stairs. I don't like the sounds of that. Oh. Itaru showed her a keychain that he was holding. It was a round anime character whose color had faded to smoky green. It was an Upa. Do you know whose this is? Yep. Vix's Mayu's probably? I mean, not entirely wrong. She leaned forward to take a closer look. And then she felt like she was experiencing deja vu. I've seen this Upa somewhere before. She'd seen it before. She couldn't really remember when. But her internal alarms were going off. This keychain was extremely important. Upas were common enough that you could find them anywhere. The plastic edges had worn down. The paint was faded and coming off in places. But there was no dust, and there were no stains. Instead, it shone brightly, as if its owner had put a lot of effort into taking good care of it. And the chain was so old that part of it had snapped off. That was probably how it got dropped. Where was it? I've seen this before. Did Mayushi show it to you? I don't know. She stared at the green Upa in Itaru's hands. And then in her mind, she heard a young girl scream.
ママがずっと大
This
切
is
に
Mama's
して
Upa keychain.
ルーパ
I'm giving
の
it to
ピアノ
you.
だよ
Take good care of it, okay?
かがりちゃんにあげる大事にしてね
She gasped. A feeling of indescribable terror raced down her spine.
まさか
This can't be.
これかがりの
Kaguri's? That is when she'd last seen it. August 13th, 2036. The day she got into the time machine. That's when she'd seen the Supa. It was older and more worn now, but the more she remembered that day, the more certain she became. This was the Upa that Mayuri had given to Kaguri. She'd seen Kaguri holding it and crying to herself many times before.
かがりって
Kaguri?
もしかして
You mean future Miss Maya's daughter?
うん
Yeah.
見つかったん
Did you find her?
いや
No.
でも
But she knows where I
向こう
am.
はこっちを認識しているんだ
つまり
But
どういうこ
what
と
do
だ
you
って
mean?
ばよ
あいつ
She's watching this
油を
lab.
監視してるんだよ
Satisfied, she headed off to take a shower. Ever since then, her careful efforts to defend the time machine had paid off, and she hadn't seen any sign of Kaguri, but she never thought she'd be watching the lab.
いや
No.
ちょっと考
It
え
would
れ
have been
ば
obvious if I've
当たり
given
前
it
のこ
any
とだったん
thought.
だあいつは
She's trying to
私たち
stop
が
us
シュ
from
タインズ
reaching
ゲートに
Steins
到達
Gate.
するのを阻止しようとしてるこの世界を
She doesn't
な
want
かっ
this
たこ
world
と
to
にし
end.
たくないと思ってるということは
Which means she's watching not just me, but
父さんの
you
マークされ
too?
てる
Huh?
僕
Me?
ま
Well,
あ父さんの
I don't
命
think
に
your life is
危
in
険はない
danger.
とは思うんだ
Probably.
世界線の説
If
理
you
を
believe
信
what
じ
we
る
know
なら
about how world lines
父さんは
work,
少な
you
く
live
と
till
も
at least
2036年までは生きる
2036.
はずだしただ
But she might
シュタイ
come
ン
to
ズゲート
interfere
到
with
達
your
を阻止する
research,
ために
so we can't
父
reach
さんの研
Steins
究の
Gate.
邪魔はしてくるかもしれない
A lot of bad things had been happening around Shizuha, Itaru, and Rintaro Okabe. There was some possibility that the final target was Itaru.
これからは用心
From now on, just be safe. Just to be safe. Lock the door whenever I'm not around. Okay, got it. Even if Uncle Okarin, Mom, or Big Sis Maya are here, don't leave it open. It might not help much, but make sure you use the door chain too.
でもさ
You know, Okarin and Mayushi are one thing, but if I did that when I was alone with Amaneshi, don't you think that'd give her the wrong idea?
天音氏に変な誤解されないかな
Explain? That's true.
もしそれで
If that makes her not like me, my whole family could be in trouble. Shizuha groaned softly, unsure of what to do. If you had only gone in to be her boyfriend sooner, there wouldn't be a problem. Wait, we're back to that. Just be careful, okay? Shizuha decided to keep the green Upa keychain. She softly ran her fingertips over it as she stared at it. Hey, Shizuha. Kaguri-tan's not related to Mayushi, but she's still her daughter, right? That's right. Could somebody raised by Mayushi grow up to the kind of person who'd assault someone? I just can't imagine it from what you've told me. I'd expect her to be a kind, easygoing, and cute little girl. And I wish that was what had happened. Yeah, I thought that was how she turned out too. But now, she's probably... From what she'd seen at the radio building, she could tell. Kaguri had definitely received professional combat training. It wasn't just the simple self-defense techniques that she'd learned from Suzuha when she was a child. As she'd grown up, she'd been taught the cold teaching techniques of a killer. There was no way to know where she'd been or what she'd been doing ever since she'd gone missing in 1998. But there were no doubt in Suzuha's mind that she was trying to ruin her plans. Suzuha sighed as she took her shower. Since it was summer, she set the water temperature low. It was barely any hotter than tap water. As long as the water was pouring down on her, she could feel like all the bad memories were being washed away. She slapped her cheeks with both hands and turned off the water. The small tiled room suddenly became quiet. In the silence, she vigorously toweled off her hair. This building was never intended for anyone to live in. Not only was there very little room, but there wasn't even a place to change. It was small, and there was no windows, and the steam from the shower room built up, making it an unpleasant sauna in summer. Supposedly, Itaru and Okabe would sit naked next to the fans to get away from the heat and moisture. Of course, that was only when the girls, as well as Luka Ureshibara, weren't around. But Suzuha couldn't do that. There were those huge scars on her chest. If she was careless and Yuki saw them, she'd have a big problem. So she always forced herself to change within this small space. The second she left the shower room, she realized something was wrong. The lights were off in the part behind the curtain, where the lab room was. She was sure she left all the lab lights on when she'd gone to take a shower. She didn't remember turning them off. Still completely naked, she flung open the curtain. She dropped to the floor, ready to move. She could tell by the light that the shower room that there was no one else in there. She didn't hear any breathing, and she didn't feel any other presence. Did Dad come back? And then when he left, he turned off the lights? No, that couldn't be right. She looked around the room and saw that things had been moved in a way that an amateur wouldn't be able to notice. Itaru's computer desk, the sofa area, the bookshelves, even the mini kitchen, someone had gone through them all. From the look of it, the same was probably true of the development room. Suzuha glanced over the areas where she kept her guns. The closest was the sofa that she used as a bed. She wanted to have one easily available if she was attacked while she slept, so she had cut out the back of one of the sofa cushions and hidden a suppressed semi-automatic pistol in it. It was just a .32 caliber for self-defense, so it wouldn't do much damage unless you had good aim. But it was small and relatively quiet, which made it the best choice for a place like this. Suzuha tensed all of her muscles, coiling like a spring, and slowly moved towards the sofa without making a sound. As she did, she tried to notice any changes in the surrounding area. There was a small sound in the development room. It was a tiny, tiny creaking of the floor, to which she'd usually pay no mind. But that was more than enough for Suzuha. In an instant, she moved from quiet to action. She cleared the distance to the sofa in an instant and quickly drew her gun. She held it ready and slipped into the shadow of the refrigerator. From this position, she could barely see into the development room. The room became silent again. But this time the intruder in the other room didn't try to hide their presence. Try anything and I'll shoot. Hands on your head. Come out slowly. Suzuha threatened the intruder in a low voice, but the intruder seemed completely unconcerned as they exposed themselves to Suzuha's gaze. You must be pretty hot, wearing that in this weather. Why not at least take off your helmet? The intruder was wearing a motorcycle suit, just like before. Even the helmet was the same. The leather suit clung tight to their skin, revealing a voluptuous and perfectly proportioned body. It was clearly a woman. What you're looking for is in there. It's in my pocket. Suzuha pointed toward the entrance to the shower room. The shirt she'd just taken off was lying there on the floor. The girl in the motorcycle suit turned her head, but because the face mask was down, Suzuha couldn't read her expression.
なあ
You should know
落と
better
したら
than to
ダメじゃ
drop
ない
that.
か
It's something
マ
Mama
マ
gave
からも
you.
らった大切なものだろうかがり
Right, Kagari. The second she spoke, Kagari Shina was the first to move. She drew a deglossed military knife that must have been hiding behind her back and closed the gap between herself and Suzuha in an instant. Suzuha pointed the gun on her legs and pulled the trigger, carefully aiming away from her vitals. She heard the small pop of a suppressed 32 and saw Kagari lose her balance and fall. Or she thought she did, but it was a feint. She only pretended to lose her balance. In fact, she changed directions and was heading for the shower room. It seemed her first goal was to get what she'd come from.
これは
For. Huh? After firing only one shot, Suzuha realized. Even a 32 should have more recoil than this. She fired again, but Kagari didn't flinch even for a moment.
ブランクカートリッジ
A blank?
どうして
How? At some point, all the bullets in Suzuha's gun had been swapped with blanks. The instant's panic was all it took. That instant's panic. Kagari reached out for the shirt on the floor in front of the shower room.
この
No way! Suzuha gave up on firing and flung the gun at Kagari. Okay, I did think about that. It's like, we might as well just throw it at this point. It's still gonna fucking hurt. There was a dull thud as the hard barrel slammed into her neck. Caught off balance, she staggered before she could grab the shirt. She could hear Kagari's voice for the first time from within the helmet. Suzuha jumped. She kicked the off-balance Kagari as hard as she could with her toned, muscled legs. This is no time to hold back. Kagari went flying all the way to the edge of the room. That had to have broken a few ribs. Suzuha jumped toward her to continue her attack. But with terrifying speed, Kagari leapt off the ground and charged at Suzuha. There wasn't enough time to come to a full stop. A sharp blade swept by, mere centimeters from her exposed abdomen. If she pulled back even a few tenths of a second later, the knife would have fatally sliced open her gut.
お前
You bitch! The blood rushed to Suzuha's head. Kagari was serious. She was planning to kill her. There was no hesitation in her movements. Suzuha leapt back and searched for something she could use as a weapon, but other guns were probably no different. There was a good chance they'd all had their ammo swapped with blanks too. It was even possible that all her self-defense knives had been taken too. Which left? There were several knives carefully stored in the kitchen. Yuki had brought them over to use in teaching the other girls how to cook. But Kagari had evidently noticed them as well, and she was moving to keep Suzuha from reaching them.
へえ
Huh?
ずいぶん
Looks like you had a lot of
離れしてるじゃないか
practice.
とてもマシンの
It's
中
hard
で
to believe you're
ベ
the
ソベ
same girl
ソ泣いて
who
た
spent all
子
her
供とは
time
思え
sobbing
ないわ
inside the time machine.
驚いた
I'm surprised. Suzuha kept her distance from Kagari as she slowly moved along the wall. Her competitive drive burned even brighter as she tried to come up with a way to overcome her disadvantage.
ほら
Here, Kagari.
カガリ
This is what you're after,
これだよ
right? She picked up the shirt from in front of the shower room and took the green keychain out of its pockets.
どうした
What's wrong?
通りに
Come
決め
get it. Her fingers moved as if to crush it. She could see Kagari twitch. For the first time, she could detect a hint of emotion beyond the helmet. In an instant, she threw it at Kagari's stomach. The keychain flew in a slow arc, like she was tossing it to a friend. If something they loved was thrown like that, even the fiercest warrior would instinctively reach out both hands to grab it. Kagari was no exception. She carefully held out her mother's memento in both her empty left hand, and to the right hand that still clutched the knife. Using the slow arc of the keychain as camouflage, Suzuha ran at her in a straight line. Her right fist connected hard with Kaguri's stomach. Then her left arm smashed Kaguri's head to the side. Kaguri's body fell to the ground, her right shoulder taking the brunt of the fall. Suza could hear the sound of her joint dislocating. The knife slipped from her grasp. Suza got behind her and mounted her, twisting her right arm mercilessly. At the same time, she slipped her own left arm around Kaguri's neck and squeezed hard. She could hear something like a moan from Kaguri's throat. She could both hear and feel the bones in her arm and neck creaking. Stay put. I'm not going to kill you. But Kaguri picked up the knife on the floor with her left hand, and once again tried to use it on Suzuha. Suzuha was forced to squeeze her arm and neck even harder. Stop it, Kaguri. I understand how you feel now, but it's wrong. It's wrong. But Kaguri didn't stop. If anything, she tried even harder to pull Suzuha away. But what kind of training did she get? Even in all the battles she'd been in, this much pressure on two different spots was enough to get even the toughest soldier to submit or fall unconscious. Terrified, Suzuha squeezed even harder. At this rate, she wouldn't simply knock her out. She really would kill Kaguri. But if she stopped, Kaguri would kill her. What should she do? Fix it, Suzuha. It hurts. It hurts. And then she heard a sad, weak voice from inside the helmet. It startled her, and she relaxed both her arms. But that was just what Kaguri had hoped for. The knife came very close to cutting Suzuha's left arm. When she let go to dodge it, Kaguri shook her off and kicked her at her hips with both legs. Suzuha was slammed back hard into the computer desk, and for a moment she couldn't breathe. She fell to the floor, and the printer and monitor crashed mercilessly into her naked body. She forced herself to stand up, gasping hard as she did so. Kaguri's breathing was heavy too. Her right arm was pointed at an impossible direction and hanging limp. She wouldn't be able to use it for a while, probably, but her left arm was still holding the knife. You've learned some dirty tricks, haven't you? Suzuha glared at Kaguri's face, not that she could see what it looked like behind that helmet. The two of them fell silent as they tried to catch their breath. The tension in the air was so thick that it was difficult to move a muscle. Sweat rolled down her forehead and into her eyes, but she still didn't blink as she waited for Kaguri to make her next move. It was the sound of the front door opening that broke their stalemate. Hey, Suzuha, did I just hear a loud noise? Suzuha felt a chill run down her spine when she heard Itaru's voice. Huh? Why is it so dark? No, Dad, stay back! She yelled at the exact same instant he turned on the lights. The sudden brightness was enough to make Suzuha flinch for an instant. Kaguri was wearing a full-face helmet, and that made all the difference. She leapt towards Itaru just a moment before Suzuha. Kaguri's black knife went up to his throat. Dad! Kaguri spun around behind him, using Itaru's huge body as a shield. Suzuha staggered toward him, gritting her teeth. Let go, Kaguri. Lay one finger on Dad, and I don't care who you are, Kaguri. I'll kill you. But Kaguri remained silent as she headed outside the door with her hostage. And then, the next moment, she shoved him forward. Itaru lost his balance and fell towards Suzuha. Suzuha fell to the ground underneath his weight. Itaru just barely managed to support himself with his arms and legs to keep from crushing her. Move! Suzuha tried to shove him off using a little more force than she may have intended. But Itaru was so huge it would take him a moment to get up. This is why I told you to lose weight. What? She was getting away. She somehow managed to crawl out from under him and quickly tried to follow after Kaguri. Suzuha, wear this! Itaru was still lying on the ground as he tossed the naked Suzuha her shirt. She grabbed it and quickly put it on, then ran outside. But when she looked around to the street, the girl in the motorcycle leathers wasn't there. There's no way she even knew where she'd gone. She got away. It would be dangerous to run around trying to find her now. There's a chance Itaru would be attacked while she wasn't at the lab. Was that Kaguri-tan? Itaru came outside as well. Yeah, I'm almost certain. I see. So this is how it's gonna be with the two of us in the end. The bruises and wounds were bad enough, but the pain that ached in her heart was the worst of all. You know, I really did like her. Yeah. She was small, but so brave. And she always did her best to protect Big Sis Mayu. And I taught her a lot. I thought of her as like a little sister. Yeah. But now, she's completely my enemy. Itachi straightened up her shirt sleeves. You know, you look like a slutty girl in an age game right now, Suzuha. Thanks, Daru. Huh? What? Suzuha was caught completely off guard. True, her t-shirt only came down to just below her hips, roughly the length of a mini skirt. Her breasts were almost completely bared. The shirt's hem was turned up and she felt exposed. Well, I don't mind age games with slutty girls. I don't think the whole naked except for a shirt thing is all that bad. Daru. You're being silly again. You could have gotten badly hurt. But Itaru shook his head. I got freaked out by the knife, but I don't think I really needed to be that scared. Unless I am mistaken. Itaru rubbed the part of his neck where the knife blade was. When she had the knife to my throat, I could hear it, just a little. Hear what? She was probably crying. Huh? Crying? Under that helmet? After that whole battle with Suzuha? While holding a knife to Itaru's neck? But why? So don't you think it's too early to jump to conclusions? Dad? Did you buy me that vanilla ice cream? Yeah, of course. I love to eat it. I'm a little tired. And then she almost fell forward. But Itaru managed to catch her before she hit the ground. Hey Suzuha. I'm fine. But let me rest a little. Relix. Well, come on in. You did miss a fight sequence, actually. It just happened. And that was all she had the energy to say. She closed her eyes in her dad's arms, and her consciousness melted away. Nope, back to Okabe's perspective. No, we time skipped over my birthday. Sad days. When July came, the sun shone down even harder on eastern Japan. Summer was truly here. The news had been saying for days that the heat island effect, might make this the hottest summer in years. Thank you for the head pats. And then, on the first Sunday in July, I met with Maho in Akihabara. Aw, her little dress is so cute. I was waiting at the open cafe at the UPX when Maho arrived. She was a little late. Okabe.
久しぶり
It's been a while. She ordered an iced coffee and took a deep breath.
と言ってもいつも
But you know,
レオちゃん
we
と
talk to each other all the
顔
time
を
on
合わせて
video chat.
そうね
That's right.
あまり
It doesn't
久し
feel
ぶ
like
り
it's
という
been
感じ
that
はしない
long.
わ
Her habit of paying no attention to her clothes or looks hasn't changed at all in the last 6 months. People were going to think she was an elementary school kid who decided to go play at a friend's house. But it would upset her if I said that, so I never would.
まさかこっちに来てると
I
は
had
思
no
わなかった
idea you were here.
偶然レスキ
If
ュー
I
に
hadn't
関して
happened to see
会わなかった
Dr.
から
Luxinen, I never would have found out.
落ち着いたら
And I was gonna
連絡するつも
contact
り
you
だっ
once
たのよ
things calm down.
クリスのことで
We need to talk
定
to
期
each
的な
other
連
about
絡はいず
Kurisu
れ
at
に
some
せよ
point
しなければなら
eventually.
ないのだし
今回は
You hear about that
新
new
型コロナの
encephalitis cases?
レスキネン教
Dr.
授はね
Luxinen is, at least.
私はその
I'm his
助手という立場だ
assistant,
けど
but I'm mostly in
ど
charge of
ちらかというと
Amadeus.
アマデウス担当何か不具合はない
Have there been any problems?
と言っても
I assume not,
これもい
since
つ
I'm
も
still
報
getting
告
my
は受けて
usual
いるから
reports.
大体の状況は分かっているつもりだけれど
あ
Yeah,
特に
nothing
問題ない
really.
最近は
Lately
ク
it's
リスの
been a struggle
相
to
手
deal
を
with
するのを苦労してい
Kurisu
るけど
though.
ちょっと
Hey! I heard a voice from my smartphone, which I placed on the table.
苦労ってどういう
What do you
意味
mean by struggle? I left the Amadeus app turned on. Of course, Kurisu could hear everything we said.
最初に会った頃
She's
より
gotten a
ちょっ
little
と口調
ruder
が
since we
きつく
first
なっ
met.
てきてる気がする
あんたが勝手
You're
に
just
私
afraid
に
of me
入れ
for
てる
no
だけでしょ
reason is all.
かもな
Maybe. It was turning into our old relationship in the Alpha World line, where we'd fought all the time. I was starting to lose track of whether that was a good or bad thing for me. I thought I was trying to forget about
キ
Kurisu.
アジョーさんは初めて会った時
You
の
were
方が
pretty rude when we
口調が
first
きつかった
met.
な
あれは
That was.
初対面の人に
Just
は
rough on
先輩
people
は
when
きつ
she
い
meets
の
them for the first time.
なぜか
You know why?
年相応
Because they
を
refuse to
見てもらえ
treat
ないか
her
ら
like I'm really. Poor Maho. The two of them spoke in unison.
だからついカリカリしち
So
ゃ
I
う
always
の
get upset.
ある程度親しくなれば
Once I get to know
上司の
someone,
こと
they
も言
stop
われな
back
くなるでし
talking
ょ
about my appearance, right?
だから
So I can
心
speak
穏
more
やかに
normally
話せる
around
とい
them
う
is
だけ
all. I guess I was right not to comment on her outfit. That was a close call.
アマデウスの話に戻すけ
Anyway,
ど
back to Amadeus.
クリスの口調がきつく
It's
な
an
ったという
interesting
の
sign
は
that Kurisu is
面白い兆候
developing
だ
a
わ
bit of a sharp tongue.
私や教授の
It's
前
a
で
side
見
of
せない
her
一
she
面
never
なわけで
shows
し
to
ょ
me or the professor, right?
それだけ深く
That
心を
may
開
be
い
a
て
sign
い
of
る
how much is opened
と
up
も
to
言える
you.
かもしれない開いてません
I have not. Maho simply smiled and ignored her.
そうした心の動き
We
を
can analyze
プロ
those
グラムとして
psychological
解析できる
changes
から
as code.
私や教授と
This
話
is
し
a
ている
change
だけ
we
では
never would have seen if
決して
she'd
見られ
only
なか
been
った変
speaking
化
to
だ
me
わ
and the professor.
それだけで
That alone
岡部
means
さ
you're
んに
right
テ
to
ス
keep
トを
you
続
on
け
as
て
a
もらった価値
tester.
もあるというものよ
そんなもの
Is that
か
how it works?
レスキネン教授も
Dr. Luxinen was very impressed by this too.
過大評価だと思い
I
ますが
think you're giving him too much credit.
実際
In fact, whenever he talks to me, he's always complaining.
あまり
He's not very
詳しくないと
manly,
いう
you know. Well, I knew my personality had gotten a bit negative, especially given what I've been through. But does she really need to say that to Maho? Does she really need to say that to Maho right now? An eye for an eye it is then.
ちなみに
By the way,
報告していなか
there's
った
something I hadn't told you yet.
何
What is it?
これはおそらく
It's something I don't think you or Dr. Luxonen are
把
aware
握して
of.
いないことだと思う。
Wait, what are you going to tell her?
何の話をしようとしてるの？真帆先輩や教授
Something
は
Maho
把
and
握
the
していない
professor
ことっ
don't
て
know? About
私に
me?
ついての？
栗ご飯と
Does the phrase
カメ
Kuri
ハメハ
Gohan and Kamehameha mean
というのかな？
anything to you? Hey! A few weeks ago, I actually searched for Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha on a whim. It was the handle Kurisu had used on that channel when she was still alive. From what I'd seen, the comment started in the summer of 2008, then abruptly stopped in July of 2010, and then started up again in December of that same year. Even now, in July 2011, they were still appearing. If it wasn't Kurisu's ghost, and it wasn't an imposter, then the one who could be writing those posts was...
岡部倫太郎さん。
Rintaro Okabe? Why don't we have a private chat?
だけで話をしましょうか。
やっぱり
So it was you after all.
さすがに黙って
Don't
る
you
の
think
は
it's a
まず
bad
いんじゃない
idea not to tell them?
真帆先輩に
It's an even worse idea to tell
ま
Maho.
ずいわよ。
なんで
Why?
私が
Because I haven't breathed a word to her about me going on that
教え
channel.
てないからに決まってるでしょ。
堂々として
Why
ればいい
hide
じゃない
it?
か
It's not a crime to read or comment on that channel.
書き込むの別にそうだろ
Isn't that right?
アット
At
チャンネル
Channeler
はクリス
Kurisu. Listen, call me that one more time and I'll start making up gossip about you on that channel.
書き込んでやるわよ。
それこそ犯
That's
罪
practically a
だと
crime, though. I couldn't help but laugh. Conversations like this brought back so many memories. I used to be so full of myself that I tick off Kurisu all the time.
ね
Hey,
え、一体何の
what are you
話？
talking about? Nothing. Don't worry about it. Delete all your memories of today from your hippocampus, please.
葬り去ってください。
隠していたって
You can hide it,
い
but
つ
she's
かは
not
バ
gonna.
レるぞ
But she's going to find out eventually.
あんたはいいから
You
黙
just
りなさい
shut up.
やっぱりあなたたち
You two have gotten a lot closer over the last 6 months.
仲良くなっているわね。
Ah,
先輩
Maho. I'm sorry.
どうして謝るの？
Huh? Why are you apologizing?
あいえ、せっ
No,
かく岡部
just
と真帆
it's
先輩
been so long
が一緒
since
に
you
会
and
ったのに
Okabe have seen
私ば
each
かり
other,
話してしまった
and I'm doing all the talking.
というわけで
So why don't you
あ
two
とは
take some
お二人
time
で
and
ごゆっ
chat?
くりどうぞ。別にそんな
That's
つも
not
り
what
で
I
言ったんじゃないわ
meant.
よ。それもこれも
It's all Okabe's fault for saying something weird, isn't it?
そうなのか
Is that true? Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha. Ah. Kurisu sounds of despair.
お願いだから
Please don't say that.
ないで。
Just like the real Kurisu, she was strangely obsessed with hiding the fact she was an at channeler.
ちょっと頭を冷
I
や
need
して
to go cool off a little, so I'm gonna hang up. Bye.
失礼します。
Kurisu disappeared from the screen. Kurisu had been kind of rude lately, so it felt good to have a chance to get back at her. If I overdid it, she was probably gonna hold a grudge, so this was likely a good place to stop.
栗ご飯って何なの？
What's Kuri Gohan?
どうしても知りたかっ
If
た
you really want to know, ask
クリスに聞いて
Kurisu.
ね
If I explained it, she'd probably get mad and refuse to talk to me again.
それで
So how long
今
are
回
you
はどれ
going
ぐ
to
らい
be
の
staying
間
here?
こっちに滞在することになりそうなんだ
前よりも長
It
くな
might
る
be
かも
longer
しれ
than
ないわね。
last time.
レスキネン教授が
We
研
barely
究
know
している
anything
新
about the
型
new
脳炎は
encephalitis Dr.
未だに
Lexington
詳
is
しいことがほとんど
researching.
分かっていないようだから。もしかしたら
It's
私だ
possible
け
that I'll be
先に
sent
帰ら
back
さ
on
れ
my
る可
own
能性もあ
too.
るけど。
時間があったら
If you got
マモ
time,
にも顔を出
visit
して
the
み
lab.
るといい
I'm sure Daru and
Daru and
Mayuri would
Mayuri
love to see
き
you.
っと喜ぶはずだ
I'm sure they would too.
まゆりさんはともかく、橋田さんは
Mayuri, sure, but
どうかしら。
I don't know about Hashida. Maho is finally starting to understand Daru's true nature. Speaking of Daru, you should be on a date with Yuki Amane right now. Oh?
ちなみに、
By the way,
クリス
what
の
happened
ノ
to
ート PC
Kurisu's
は
laptop?
その後どうしたの？
Good question.
あれは
I destroyed it.
破棄したよ それが
It was the best thing to
一番い
do.
い判断
I explained that to you before, didn't I?
前にそう話しただろう
Yeah. You're right.
そうね
She looked down, a sad expression on her face. I told her I was going to do it ahead of time, but it still must have upset her to see one of the last things she had to remember Kurisu by destroyed. No, sees a her perspective. About half the seats at Gogo Kuri were full. It was Sunday, but it was also after 2 p.m., and so the lunchtime rush was over. Suzuha was sitting at the restaurant's far edge, a baseball cap pulled down over her face. She was hiding her face with the cap and carefully watching a couple sitting nearby. Here you are, your major curry. I want fucking curry. A cheerful employee put down 2 giant silver plates, or trays more accurately, in front of them. Suzuha could see the other customers looking at them and whispering. The couple really stood out after all. The man was a giant who looked like he ate major curry all the time, but the woman was slim, pretty, and looked very kind. The combination of huge man and slim woman was as unbalanced as the combination of pretty girl and major curry. The major curry was big. It was huge. The major curry... Oh wait. Suzuha knew from experience. The massive silver trays were loaded with rice and curry, and topped with 2 fried cutlets, fried shrimp, sausage, a boiled egg, and a mountain of cabbage. There was 2 or 3 times as much curry as you'd find in a normal dish, and the toppings were just as big. Even a growing young boy would find it hard to eat them all. Suzuha was irritated. Why are you ordering major curry on your first date with your dad? The Beauty and the Beast couple that Suzuha was watching, of course, was Itaru and Yuki. In the morning they'd gone to see a movie in Yurakucho, then they come to Akihabara, and gone straight to Go-Go Curry. Suzuha followed them the whole time. That's why she couldn't believe Itaru's choice of date spots. I don't mind Go-Go Curry at all. In fact, I like it, but... This is your first date. There are other places you could have gone. She clutched her spoon tight and gritted her teeth. Suzuha knew next to nothing about Japanese youth culture in 2011, and even though she knew it was a bad idea, who knew what was going through Yuki's mind? Or so Suzuha thought. But... wow, it's even more amazing than the pictures. Surprisingly, Yuki was ignoring the people around her, and innocently enjoying the huge curry. Amaneshi, if you can't eat it all, I'll finish for you, okay? Okay, thank you. But I'm actually pretty good at this. Yeah? That's a surprise. I actually would always just come back and look at the menu outside. I always wanted to try this. Watch Yuki finish it before Daru? Maybe. I'm glad you brought me here. I'm glad to hear that. Suzuha had evidently worried over nothing, but she still realized that Itaru was acting strangely. Ever since he'd come out of the movie theater, he was walking and talking strangely. Instead of his usual hunched posture, he was forcing himself to stand up straight. His every movement seemed oddly forced, as if he were a broken robot. And he downed glass after glass of water. Oh, I'm sorry. May I have some more water too? Huh? Oh sure. Thank you. Itaru poured water into Yuki's cup. Suzuha had a bad feeling. And she was right. Itaru was moving so awkwardly that he almost spilled water on her hand. Are you okay? Are you okay?
ちょっと手が
He just got a little wet.
それより
Anyway,
早く
let's
食べ
eat
ま
it before it gets cold, okay? Yuki quickly wiped down the table with her handkerchief and grabbed her fork and spoon. There were stars in her eyes.
しょう。それじゃ
Okay,
いただき
let's
ま
eat.
す。
Something, thinner bodies have more room for their stomachs to expand and therefore eat relatively more food at once than someone who's fat. It's like competitive eaters are frequently thin. Huh. Interesting. Like, I'm not entirely surprised, but it's not something I've thought about before. At least in regards to competitive eaters, if nothing else.
い
No,
いただき
let's
ま
eat.
す
Nikki seemed to be really enjoying her meal, but Itaru was very formal and quiet. He was taking little nibbles out of a piece of fried cutlet, like a squirrel eating a nut. The whole time, they weren't saying a word.
一体何を
What
や
are
って
you
るんだ
doing,
父さん
Dad?
は。
Mom's not gonna want to be around you if
母
you're
さん
like
に愛想
that.
つかされちゃうよ。
She decided to send him a message on Ryan to tell him to get his act together, and she just taken out her phone when... Here's your major curry with extra roux.
あ、
A huge plate was laid on the table in front of her. The other customers started murmuring again. Come to think of it. When she followed them into the store, she ordered her usual, major curry with extra roux, and then forgotten about it. And everybody was going to focus on her. In a small shop like this, it was suicide.
あら
Huh?
う
Just as expected, her eyes met with Yuki's.
鈴葉さ
Suza, huh?
んいたんですか
I didn't realize you were here.
あ
Oh,
えっと
Yeah, what a coincidence seeing you here, Yuki,
兄さん
brother.
声かけてく
You
れ
should
れば
have
よ
said
かったのに
something.
いや
No,
気づかなかった
I
の
didn't
よ
notice you,
全然
really. She realized that she should probably leave, but she couldn't go without at least taking a bite of the major curry in front of her. Her experiences in the war had left her completely unable to waste food. She felt Yuki and Itaru staring at her as she reluctantly picked up her spoon.
とまあそういうことなんで
Anyway, yeah,
二人とも
you two
ごゆっ
enjoy
くり
yourselves. Her only choice was to finish her extra large curry as soon as possible. She couldn't let herself be in the way. But instead, Yuki came over and picked up Suzuha's plate.
あ
Huh?
あのすみません
Excuse
店
me.
員さん
Can my friend sit
お
with
友
us?
達なんですけど席
の
を移ってもいいでしょうか
はいどうぞ
Sure, go ahead.
OK ですって
He says it's okay.
一緒に食べま
Let's
しょ
all
うよ
eat together.
ちょ
But
ちょ
wait, wait,
なんで
why?
なんでって
Why?
ほら
Because you ordered major
鈴葉
curry
さ
too.
んのメジャーカレー
I think we need to
じゃない
have a
です
race.
かこれは
Ah,
ぜひ
I
勝負すれば
see.
と思っては
Huh?
審判は
Hashida can be the
橋田さんにやっ
judge.
てもらいましょう
And before Suzuha could respond, Yukiya moved her plate over to their table.
いや
No,
あの
wait. She had no choice but to follow, but before she sat down, she whispered in Yuki's ear,
デート中
You're on a date,
なんだよね。
right? Huh?
あそ
Oh,
うです
yeah,
デート
I'm on
中
a
です
date.
改めて言わ
It
れる
makes me
と
blush when I say it out loud. Itaru didn't react at all, even though she was sure he'd overheard that.
えっと
I've never been on a
デー
date,
トとか
so I
した
don't
ことな
know
いから
how they
詳しく
work,
ないんだけどさ
but
デート中に
is it normal to have a curry speed eating contest with another girl in the middle of a date?
さあ
Hmm,
どうでし
I
ょう
don't really know.
でもほら
But you see it a lot in anime and manga, don't
そういう
you?
のありませんお兄ちゃんを取
A
られ
little
たくない
sister who doesn't want to lose her big brother runs up to the girlfriend and says, Let's have a competition. For some reason, Yuki seemed incredibly enthused. Suzuha was overwhelmed by her energy. But
知
I
ら
don't
な
know
いけど
anything about that.
そういうものなの
Is that how it works,
お兄さん
brother? But even when she turned to Itaru for help, he just awkwardly sat there, eating his curry like a robot.
兄さん
Brother? He awkwardly turned his head to face her. The rest of him stayed completely still.
なんか
Did you say something?
どうしたのさ
What's wrong?
なんかお
You're
かしい
acting
よ
weird.
どうもして
I am
な
not
いと
acting weird.
おかしく
I am not
ない
acting weird at all.
お
Shizuha glanced back at Yuki. And for the first time, Yuki looked concerned. In the end, Yuki and Shizuha did have the curry eating contest, and surprisingly, both of them completely finished their meals. Shizuha won by a very small margin, but the battle was exciting enough that not only the other customers, but the staff as well, were applauding at the end. But the whole time, Itaru kept eating by himself. Since this wasn't even a conversation, let alone a date, she sent Itaru home alone. Part of her wanted to demand Itaru explain himself right now, but she decided to talk to Yuki instead. She tried her best to avoid Yuki so far, in order to keep her identity a secret, but it was July now. She would be gone from this era very soon. This might be her last chance to talk to Yuki at all.
鈴葉さんがいて
I'm so
くれ
glad
て
you were
助か
there.
りました
Yuki sighed a little after Itaru left.
私
Maybe I did something to
気に
offend
障る
him.
ようなことをしちゃったのかもしれません橋田さん
Nashida doesn't seem to enjoy being
あん
around
まり
me.
楽しくないみたいだったから
I think you're misunderstanding.
単に緊
You
張
don't
してただ
think
けじゃ
he
ない
was
か
just
な
nervous?
でも映画を
But
見
he
る
was
前
having
は
fun
楽しそう
talking
に
with
お
me
話し
before
し
the
てくれてたん
movie,
です
you
よ
know?
それが
But after the
映画の
movie,
後は
he started
すっ
acting
かり
really
よそよそしくなって
strange.
しまって私
Did I do
何か
something
間違っ
wrong?
ちゃったのかなカレー屋さんに
I
連れ
asked
て
him
行
to
って
take
も
me
らった
to the
のも
curry place,
私のリクエ
but
ストだ
Sei's
ったん
acting
です
like
け
that
ど
the whole
ず
time.
っとあの調
I
子だ
wasn't
った
really
か
sure
ら
what to
さすが
do.
にちょっと困ってしまってそれで
And so since you happened to be there, I turned to you for help.
というわけですうん
What had happened inside the theater? I'm thinking Yuki might have given him a kiss. Like either on the cheek or on the lips, like something like that. And that's why he's broken. That's my guess. Or maybe they just held hands. The most lewd act, of course. Shizuha hadn't followed them inside. She spent about 2 hours killing time outside.
あのさ
Hey,
ゆきさんは
why do
なん
you
で
like
兄さ
my
んのこと
brother?
好きになったの
Huh? Huh?
いや
I mean,
私が言うのも
maybe I
なん
shouldn't
だけ
say
ど
this,
あん
but
まり
he's not
モテるタイプ
exactly
じ
a
ゃないじゃ
lady
ん
killer.
兄さんって鈴葉さんは
What do you think
お
about
兄
your
さんのこと
brother?
どう思います私
Me?
好きですか
Do you like him?
嫌いですか
Hate him?
好きですよね
You like him, right?
見ていれば
I
わ
can
か
tell by
りま
watching you.
すま
Well,
あ、うん、
sure. There are parts of him that she didn't like. But of course, she loved her dad.
で
Wait,
私のことは別
why are we
に
talking
どうで
about
もいいじゃ
me?
ないかそれで
So,
Yuki-san
what
wa?
about you? Relix, stop.
私は
I
ま
still
だ
don't really know if I like
好
him
き
or
かどうか
not.
もよくわか
Oh
らない
dear.
です
I
そっか
I see. Not only had Itaru not told Yuki he liked her, this was still their first date, and they hadn't spoken that much before either. She hadn't even reached the point where she saw him as a member of the opposite sex. For almost a year, Shizuha had stayed with him, and she, Mayuri, and Ferris had done everything they could to get the two of them together, but there hadn't been any real progress. Shizuha felt uneasy when she thought about the future. Maybe her dad wouldn't be her dad anymore. Maybe her mom wouldn't be her mom anymore. Dad and mom wouldn't be together. She imagined that future.
そんなの
And I
嫌
don't
だ
want that. She looked straight into Yuki's eyes.
私さ
I'm going to be
もうすぐ
leaving soon.
ここからいなくなるんだ
What?
ちょっと遠いとこ
I'm
ろに
moving
引っ越すんだ
someplace
よ
far
ね
away.
そうなんですか
Really?
多分
I don't
戻
think
っ
I'll
て
be
こない
back.
と思う心配なんだ
And I'm worried about that.
父さん
I mean, my brother.
兄さんのこと
Mm-hmm.
だからさ
So,
ゆ
Yuki,
きさんこんなこと
I know this is a weird
私が
thing for
頼
me
む
to
のもおかしな
ask.
話なんだけど
And then she bowed deeply.
橋田至を
Please take care of
よ
Itaru
ろしくお願いし
Hiyashida.
ますああ
There was no answer from Yuki. Suzaha looked up, afraid, and tried to gauge the expression on her face. She looked kind of lonely and kind of sad.
私は
I don't know what I want
ど
to
うしたいん
do,
でしょうね
Yuki whispered, and then Suzaha.
ああもう
Oh, jeez. What are we going to
どう
do?
これじゃ
Everything's
破局の
almost
危機だよ
finished, even though it's
まだ
never even
始まってもいないけ
started.
ど
As soon as she got back to the lab, she yelled at her useless father.
うわ
What? Suzaha, I'm sorry. The Hashida family is doomed.
しょぼくれてるんじゃない
Stop sitting there feeling sorry for yourself. This isn't funny.
とりあえず
Start by explaining why you were acting that way
しっ
today.
かり説明して今朝出かける時
You
は
looked so excited when you left this
あんなに楽し
morning.
そうだったじゃないか
Your mom said you were normal until halfway through the
映画の途中まで
movie.
は普通だったって言ってたし
Yeah.
一体何が
So what the hell happened?
いやそれが
Well,
さ
you see,
聞いてくれ
listen to
よ
this.
映画の座席
You know
って
how
狭い
movie
じゃん
theater seats are cramped,
だから
right?
僕
So I tried to
邪
sit
魔に
as
な
far
ら
to
ない
the
よう
edge
に
as
と
I
思って
could so I wouldn't
でき
get
る
in
だけ
Amaneshi's
椅子の
way.
端っこに寄って座ってたんだよねそしたら
And then I heard
椅
this
子が
crack,
ペキって
and the seat almost
壊れそう
broke.
になって
What?
で慌てて
And then I
体
tried to
を支えよ
support
うとして
myself,
肘
so I
掛けを
grabbed the
掴んだんだ
armrest.
けど それ
But,
が
but,
それが
but, it wasn't the
肘
armrest.
掛
It
け
was
じゃなくて
Amaneshi's,
雨なしの
hand.
その
So lewd. How dare he?
うん
Yeah?
そんなこと
Mom didn't say
母
anything
さん一
about
言も言っ
that.
てなかったけど
嘘じゃない
I'm
よ
telling the truth.
あの
It was so
柔らかい感
soft.
触は
It
肘
couldn't
掛
have
け
been
の
an
はず
armrest. It was a girl's hand. It had to have been.
そ
I see.
ただ僕
But you see, I felt a lot of 2D girls' hands, but never a real girl's.
それで
And
どうしたの
what happened then? Amaneshi's so nice. I guess she didn't try to shake it off because she didn't want to hurt me. But you know how fat I am, right? I sweat a lot. She must have gotten soaked. But she didn't say a word. And so I really started to think about that.
あ
No,
あなるほ
I
ど
see.
ねそれで
That's
あ
why
ん
you're
なに
acting
ポンコ
so
ツになって
weird.
たのか
I'm sure in her mind, Amaneshi was going, "Get off me, you creepy loser pervert."
母さんはそんな
Mom's
人間
not
じゃない
like
よ
that. In fact, from the way she was acting, she probably thought she'd upset him somehow. The problem was what she'd said.
私は
I don't know what I want to do.
どうしたいんでしょうね
What does she mean by that?
母さんが
I don't know what mom's thinking. Suzaha, let's give up on mom and you can live with me. That's not how that works.
言ってることが
You're not making any sense.
そもそ
How
も
am I even supposed to be
私はどうやって生まれ
born?
てくればいいんだ
But it's impossible.
父さんが頑張
How
ら
come
ない
you're
で
not
どう
even
するの
trying?
この
Even
ビ
if
ーチの
things
チャ
look
ンスがあ
bad,
るんだよ
bad, you have to keep going. She grabbed her father by the collar and shook him.
出ないと
If you don't... She remembered how sad Yuki had looked when she'd said goodbye. They'd
出
said
ないと
goodbye.
取り返
Otherwise,
しがつかないこと
something
にな
awful
るよ
will happen.
ですよね。
Yeah. Suzaho was starting to wonder about leaving, especially now that she had even more to worry about. Maybe I shouldn't have talked to Yuki after all. She realized again how powerless she was, being from the future. Oh, back to Okabe. The Global Brain Science Comprehensive Research Organization Japanese office prep room in Wako City hadn't changed a bit in 6 months. It was still far from being what it needed to be, and still almost completely empty. There were rows and rows of empty desks. The amount of dust on the tables had perhaps increased. After Dr. Luxinen had left, it had probably remained unused. Sorry to call you out here like this, Rentaro. Oh, it's fine. Dr. Luxinen had told me he wanted to update the Amadeus app to the latest version, so I'd come to his office after class. Mo had connected my phone to her PC to begin the process. He said it would only take 10 minutes, so I was sitting around and waiting. By the way, Rentaro, I know we discussed this before, but would you seriously consider being an exchange student? Huh? If it doesn't bother you, I'd be willing to write a recommendation letter. Of course, you need to pass the test and the interviews. I frantically straightened my posture. That's very tempting after, but I don't think I've got the academic talent for it yet. My goal is to go to Victorcondria, and so I really don't want to screw it up. And so I was planning on really buckling down and studying for at least another year. Dr. Luxinen pursed his lips as I tried to stammer out an explanation. But soon... Okay. He patted me on the shoulder and smiled. I know you were a very thoughtful young man. Really? No one's ever told me that before. Saying it was one thing, but maybe I was just a coward. There are many times when you needed the courage to move forward without being afraid of failure. Was now one of those times? So you'll try for it next year then? Yes, maybe. Had I missed my chance? But Dr. Luxinen didn't wait until next year? I started to get nervous. It's not good to obsess over things too much. I think even coming to visit would help your motivation. Visit? If the timing works out for you, we'd be willing to pay to have you visit. How about it? I can't believe you do that for me. Thank you. Of course. I don't know when I'll be heading back to America next, so I can't say exactly as to when it will be. Right. I bowed my head in gratitude. Meeting Dr. Luxinen was a really lucky break for me. By chance, my eyes met Maho's. For some reason, her smile was a little sad. She quickly looked away and went back to her work. Maho was staying in a business hotel a few stops down from Wako City. She said she deliberately avoided staying in the same hotel as last time. It's not quite as convenient though. You know, why not clean up a little? She hadn't spent that much time in Japan, and it was already messy. Clean up? I've got everything laid out in the most efficient manner for my use. Which meant she was refusing the hotel's cleaning service. You know that's why you're never getting a boyfriend, right? I could hear Kurisu from my phone. She was annoyed. After the app updated, I left Amadeus running. Nobody asked you. Any normal person would be embarrassed to invite someone over to a room like this. Well, cleaning wasn't a specialty of mine either. It wouldn't be right to give her too much of a hard time.
それで
So what did you want to talk about? I'd come to Maho's hotel because she said she wanted to talk to me about something. I wouldn't have minded talking about it in the office, but she insisted on speaking alone in her hotel room. I knew she didn't mean anything by it. After knowing her for half a year, I knew she wasn't the type. Maho looked like she was having trouble finding the words she wanted to say.
あなたに
You still haven't
ま
told
だ
me
聞けていないからクリスの事
the
件
truth about what happened to Kurisu. I quickly shut down the Amadeus app.
それにタイム
And
マシンのことに
I
ついて
wanted
も
to ask you
聞
about
き
the
たい
time machine too.
タイムマシン
The time machine.
クリスは
You're the one who said that
中町論文に
Kurisu was
関わってい
involved
る
in Dr.
そう
Nakabachi's
言ったのは
paper.
あなたよね
Was
え
she
あの子は
really working on
本
a
当
time
にタイ
machine?
ムマシンを
How should I answer that? Last time she'd been trying to decrypt Kurisu's laptop. I was willing to tell her what I'd experienced in order to get her to stop. In the end, I lost the chance though. But things were different now. Kurisu's laptop was gone. There's no reason to bring it up anymore. But then Maho said something I didn't expect.
実は私
And actually, I've been researching the time machine
本
for
来
the
の
last
研
6
究と並
months,
行で
along with my
タイ
normal
ムマシンの研
research.
究をしていたの
なんだって
What?
クリスにできたの
I
なら
thought that if Kurisu could do it, so could I.
思ってしまって歪んだ対
It's
抗意
just a
識が
silly rivalry.
意地に
Maybe
な
I'm
っている
being
のかも
stubborn.
でも
But
ね
but you know,
もしタイムマ
if
シ
I
ン
could
を
make
作
a
ることが
time
できた
machine,
ら
I told myself
クリスのこと
maybe I could save
救えるかもって
Kurisu.
やめろ
I didn't click. That just progressed on its own. I promise. Don't. This was awful. Why bring it up now? Maho was still haunted by Kurisu's death just as much as I was.
バカなことは
Don't get any stupid ideas.
岡部さん
Okabe.
マキセクリスを救お
Don't
う
try to save Kurisu, Makise.
考えるんじゃないそんな可能性は
It's
ゼロなん
impossible.
だ神の摂理が
The laws of God won't allow
そ
it.
れを許さない
やっぱり
Then I was right.
あなた
I was right.
やっぱ
You
り
know
何か知
something,
っているの
don't
ね
you? Maho got closer to me.
もしかして
Did she really do
実現
it?
させたの
Did Kurisu really make a time
タイ
machine?
ムマシンを完成させているあなたはそれに
You
乗っ
used
て
it to become humanity's first time traveler, didn't you? I know you
そう
did.
なんだわ
根拠があって言っているのか
Do you have any proof of that? I pretend to remain calm. Maho seemed shocked at her own words.
ごめんなさい
I'm sorry.
私
I'm being weird.
どうかして
I
い
can't
るわ
believe I said something so
こんな妄想を
delusional.
口にするなんて
ヒアジョさん
Hyojo. Maho started to cry. I didn't know what to do when she started crying right in front of me.
どうしたのかしら私
What's gotten into me?
こんな急
I
に全
didn't mean.
然
I didn't mean to
つもり
cry.
なんて
She used her fingers to wipe away the tears. She seemed pretty unstable. I could sense a lot more fragility than I'd seen before. She looked like she'd been psychologically pushed to the limit. All the things she experienced must have taken a toll on her. When we were talking on video chat, I hadn't seen any signs of that at all. Should I tell her? If she was researching a time machine, that was a bad sign. She might start looking into things and open doors that should remain closed. If that was the case, I should tell her what I experienced, and then have her give up, just like I did.
わかった。
Fine.
俺
I'll
が
tell you what
経
I
験したことを
experienced.
話そう。絶対に
Promise me you
誰
won't
に
tell
も
anyone.
他言無用だ。それと
And I'll say
もう
this
一
one
度
more
これだ
time.
けは言っておく。マキセ・クリス
Don't
を
get any ideas about saving
救おうとは
Kurisu
考えるな。
Makise.
いいな。
Got it. She nodded as she wiped away the tears. I told her about the events in that Alpha World line, about the time machine, about reading Steiner, about the method of ending memories back through time that I called a time leap, about how Kurisu had developed a time leap machine that made this possible, about Suzuha Amane, the time traveler from the year 2036, about the future Suzuha had told us about in the Third World War, and about how the race to develop a time machine would set off that war. I told her all these things, as matter-of-factly as I could. As for how Kurisu died, I couldn't tell her that. When I told her everything, she fell silent for a bit. She took a deep breath, frowned, and rubbed her temples.
頭が
My head hurts.
全て信じる
You don't
必
need
要
to
はない
believe it all.
俺の頭がおかし
You
い
can
と
think I'm
思っても
crazy
構
if you
わない
want. It doesn't bother me.
だが
But if you insist on
もし君が
continuing to research a time
タイムマ
machine
シン
and
の
save
研究を
Kurisu
続けて
Makise,
マキセ・ク
I'll
リス
do
を救
whatever
おう
I
とす
have
る
in
なら
order to stop you.
俺はどんな手段を使っても止めるつもりだ。だから
So give up on any
変
ideas
な
you've
考えは
got.
捨てるんだ。自分を追い詰
Stop
めるのを
pushing
よせ
yourself so hard. I was about to say more, but Maho put her hand up to stop me.
もう少し
Let me
整
get
理
this
さ
all
せて
straight in my head a little more.
あなたの言うリーディング
This reading
シュタイナ
Steiner
ー
you
って
told me about,
新型脳炎の
it's
こと
not
じ
the
ゃない
new
の
encephalitis?
レスキネン教
The
授が話
symptoms
してい
match
る
what
症
Dr.
状と
Luxinen
同
told
じだ
me
わ
about.
そう
That's
だな。
true. It
そう
might
かもし
be.
れない。レスキネン教授に
I
は
still don't know whether I
話
should
すべ
tell
きかど
him
う
or
か
not.
まだ迷っているんだ。無用な混乱を
I may
招く
just
かもしれない
confuse him
し
for no good reason.
君はどう
What do you think?
私に聞かない
Don't
で
ask me, please. Maho was still massaging her temples with her fingers.
そうだな。
That's true.
すまない。
Sorry.
あなたは
Did you really destroy Kurisu's laptop?
本当に破壊してしまったの
あ
Yeah,
あ、壊し
I
た。
did.
中身は見た
Did you see what was on it?
ロックの解除
I
方
didn't
法
know
が
how to
わからな
crack
か
the
ったな。
password. And there's no way I could. Even Dowdy said he couldn't do it. There was no way I could do it on my own.
あなたはクリス
Did you
が書
read
い
the
た
original
タイム
paper on the
マ
time
シンに
machine
関す
that
る
Kurisu
オリジナル
wrote?
の論文を読んだの
いや、
No. Maho kept asking me questions. She seemed to be in some kind of strange hurry.
あなたは
Do you know how
クリスが
Kurisu
どうや
made
って
her
タイ
time
ムマシンを
machine?
完成させたか知っているの
おおよそはな。
They're basic ideas.
再現できる
Could you recreate it?
どうだろうか。
I don't know.
ダルの
Maybe
助
with
けがあれ
Dotty's
ば
help.
あるいは
できるのね
So you could, right?
俺一人じゃ
It
難
would
し
be
い。
difficult to do on my own.
私なら
What about me?
そんなことは考え
Don't
る
even
な。
think about it. Maho suddenly grimaced as if she was in pain. I realized how pale she was.
ヒヤジョーさん、
Hyojo,
大丈夫か
are you okay? Does she really have a headache or something?
少し
You want to lie
Yeah.
down? But she shook her head and kept asking questions.
タイムマシンは
Where is the time machine now?
どこにあるの 鈴葉さんが乗って
The
き
one
た
that
という
Suzaha used.
それはど
Where
こ
is
に
it?
どこなの
Where? I wasn't sure if I should say without Suzaha's permission.
秋葉原だ。
Akihabara. Maho looked so desperate that I found myself answering her question.
ラジカンの屋上に
It's still there. On top of the
Imamare.
radio building.
そう
I see. Her shoulders slumped and her head drooped. I was worried that she might ask to see it for herself, but maybe she really was sick.
本当に平気か
Are you really okay? I put my hand on her shoulder and looked at her
今
face.
日はもう休ん
You
だ
should
方が
rest for today. There was no warning at all. Maho's tiny body slammed into me. The force was enough to push me back to the wall. What are you? Before I knew what was happening, her arm was against my throat. She was using the bone in her arm to put pressure on my windpipe. I couldn't breathe or speak. I twisted my body and tried to resist, still clueless as to what was going on. Then she used her other hand to grab my head and slam it back into the wall. Her strength was incredible. I was a lot bigger than she was, but still I couldn't escape her grasp.
残念だわ
I'm sorry, Okabe.
岡部さん
Her voice was very dark and very cold. And suddenly she moaned again, and her face twisted in pain. My head feels like it's about to explode. She was crying again.
なんで
Why?
なんで私に
Why did you tell me?
あなたは
You shouldn't have said anything.
べきだったのに
I couldn't escape. I grabbed onto her long hair and tried to pull her away, but she didn't move at all. It was as if she felt no pain. I think she might be being mind-controlled. Just like how Kaguri was before. My phone had been vibrating in my pocket for a while now. I desperately grabbed for it. I pressed the button without even looking at the screen. Please answer, Kurisu. Okabe. I was blacking out. Was I going to die here? Without even knowing why Maho was trying to kill me? But the whole time she was strangling me, Maho looked like she was in so much pain. Wait, was she still crying? Before I could figure out if her tears were real or an act, I passed out. When I woke up, my throat hurt. I tried to cover my mouth with my hands, but something was keeping them from moving. I opened my eyes and saw that I was sitting in some kind of chair with my head facing downwards. I slowly raised my head. My hands were tied to the armrests with zip ties. That's nice. When I tried to break out, the ties dug into my skin and hurt very badly. I tried looking around. It was a room I'd never seen before. There were machines that looked like they belonged to the operating room of a hospital. But the wall was also lined with monitors, like some kind of guard room or control room. I couldn't see any windows, so I had no idea where I was. Someone. My throat hurt when I tried to talk. And then I remembered that Maho had almost killed me. Why had she done that? I felt more confused than angry.
Yeah, Rintaro.
Hello,
Mega Sametakai.
Rindaro. You're awake. I heard footsteps and saw a wavering shadow beneath the dim fluorescent lights in front of me. I knew that voice. What?
レスキネン
Dr. Lexington.
教授
気分はどうか
How
な
do you feel?
喉が
If you're
渇いた
thirsty,
な
I can get you some
水
water.
を用意させ
I
る
actually am quite thirsty. Let me drink some more of my Wawa. When I looked again, I saw that he wasn't alone. There were several men behind him in black suits. They were looking at me without saying a word. All of them were holding guns. They looked like MIBs and reminded me of the foreigners I'd almost ran into at Daru's shop 6 months ago. Or was it the same group?
これは
What's going on
一
here?
体
There's a lot of things I wanted to ask, but more than anything, I want to know why Dr. Lexington wasn't helping me. And of course, the first thing that came to mind was the obvious answer. It was Dr. Lexington who had put me here, and Maha had captured me under his orders. But I didn't want to think about that.
ここは
Where are we?
どこですか
So all I could ask was a stupid question like that.
私の目に
I was right.
君はまさ
You
に
truly are a
情報
treasure trove of information.
今や
Right now, you're as valuable as the President of the United States.
価値のある人物と言ってもいい
Alright. He didn't answer me, but he showed me a self-satisfied smile. I could feel alarm bells going off in my head. I was getting more suspicious of Dr. Lexington.
俺は
Am I
監
imprisoned
禁され
here?
てるんですか
監禁
It would be
という
more
よりは
accurate to say you're
ほぼ
under our
と言った方が
protection.
いいだろうね君の価値が
Once your
明ら
value
かにな
becomes
れば
clear,
狙
there'll
って
be a
くる
lot of
連
people
中は
coming
たくさん
after
出
you.
てくるはずだからね
レスキネン教
Did
授
you order this? Dr.
指示したんですか
Lexington.
そうだよ
That's right.
私が
I made the
殺すべきだ
decision.
と判断した魔法から
After hearing
君の
about your
持つ
information
情
from
報につ
Maho.
いて聞いてね
ヒアジョウさんは
Where is Hiyajo?
どこです
ホテルで休
Resting
ん
in
で
her
るんじゃ
hotel
ないか
room,
な
I'd imagine.
ヒアジョウさんは
Did Hiyajo become my friend in order
俺か
to
ら情報
extract
を引き出
information
すた
from
め
me?
に近づいてきたんですか
最初は
That
そう
wasn't
で
her
はなかった
original
よ
intent.
結果的
In
に
the end,
は
that's how I ended up,
そうだったけどね
though.
あなた
And
も
you too.
俺に親切
Were
に
you
してく
nice
れ
to
た
me
のも
because you were after
そういう
something?
打算があったからですかあなたは
Just who are
一体
you?
何者なんです
まあまあ
Now,
落ち着きな
now.
さい
Please calm down. You're not the one tied up to the chair. Who are you to speak?
前に教え
I've
た
told
だ
you
ろ
before, haven't I?
科学者
A
たるもの
scientist must
常
remain
に
calm at all
冷静でな
times.
ければいけない
Excitement is only allowed when the
興奮して
experiment
いい
is a
のは
success.
実験が成功
That's
した時
fucked up.
だけだと
Instead of feeling calm, Dr. Lexington's attitude was pissing me off. I felt betrayed, as you should. There was rage, frustration, sorrow, and a lot of other feelings all mixed together as it gritted my teeth. Dr. Lexington ignored me and gave a brief order in English to the other men. They left the room. Only Dr. Lexington and I remained.
さて
Now then, Rintaro,
私の
I'll tell you
もう一つ
about my
の
other
仕事
job.
の話をしよう
もう一つの仕
Your
事
other job? It was then that I remembered the other world line that I'd been sent to. Shimoyama had told me that an American organization had demanded that I be turned over.
CIA か
Are you with the CIA? The
NSC か
NSC? But Dr. Lexington only chuckled.
一緒にさ
Don't
れて
compare
も
me to
心外
those
だな
idiots.
彼らは
They're just a bunch of
無能な
useless
公務員
government
の集まり
employees.
だよ君は
Are you aware of an
Strategic
American
Focus 社という
civilized
アメリカの
civilian intelligence
民間
company
情報
called
機関を
Strategic
知っている
Focus?
かな
ストラテジック
Strategic
フォーカス
Focus.
社
I heard of them before, on a conspiracy theory site that the old me used to read all the time.
ストラト4
Strat 4. I remembered reading that they'd acquired top secret information on Russian ballistic missiles that even the CIA couldn't get, and then sold it. The result was the destruction of the CIA's reputation. And at the same time, the total reorganization of Russia's military strategy. I'd even heard rumors that during the Gulf and Iraq wars, they'd obtained information about the warring countries faster than anyone, and spread it as needed. The world's government supposedly called them the Shadow CIA.
あなたが
You work for
その
Strat
ス
4?
トラト4だってでも
But I thought you were the chief researcher at the Brain Science Institute. And that's my real job, of course. By the way, I often run into people who will tell me the exact same things. They tell me that humans are just monkeys that murder each other. The human brain and the development of the neocortex are what give rise to crazy religions and crazy ambitions. And that's why there are wars. But every time I hear that, I think to myself, that's stupid. It's nonsense. Who could believe something so silly? So why do humans fight all of these useless wars then? Do you know, Rintaro? It's because of information. All human beings are part of a certain community, a certain colony, if you will. Oh, have good sleeps, Relix. Thanks so much for popping in. Each individual thinks he's acting on his own, but in fact, all our brains are connected by the information distributed by our community. And thus, we are forced to live as members of a herd whether we like it or not. Let me give you an example. Well, as examples go, it's not the best, but the worst massacre in history, which was carried out by a certain European country, did not take place during the dark ages of the witch trials. It was halfway through the 20th century, in a time when the atomic bomb already existed. And the country that carried it out was one of the most civilized on Earth. We leave the question of the leader's sanity to the historians, but what about the people who were actually on the ground doing the killing? Were they simply murderous monkeys? No. They were people like any others you might find. Speaking as a brain scientist, I'm certain that if I were to examine one of their brains, I'd find nothing wrong with them at all. But once they received the wrong information, the brains became capable of murder without remorse. The wrong information. This is our job. We are on the right, and anyone who does not obey is evil. That information. What are you trying to say? There needs to be someone who can control the information given to these fragile things we call brains. And that is the ultimate goal of strategic focus. As I am in complete agreement with that goal, I work as an agent for them in addition to being a brain scientist. Do you understand? Nope. I don't. That's just the kind of monologue a villain gives in the movies. In the end, all you're doing is selling information for money. You said I'm a treasure trove of information, right? Who are you going to sell information on the time machine to? America? China? Or the war zones in Africa and the Middle East?
そのすべてだよ。
All of them. Of course. Nixon and shrugged his shoulders and quietly laughed.
核兵器と
And
同
just
じ
like
さ
nuclear weapons,
抑止力とし
every
て
nation needs them to act as a restraint against the others. Time machines aren't like nuclear weapons. I'll pause that thought and continue reading. No one even realizes if they've been used. The whole world might change without even the person who used it knowing. That's a good point. There's no way to restrain their use. The world will just keep changing and changing with no one knowing which country altered the world line or how. And that's right. A time machine is far more delicate thing than a nuclear weapon. That's why we need your power. All of you people, I should say. You called it reading Steiner, as I recall. It seems to have the same symptoms as the new encephalitis. That's right. Luxinen was researching the new encephalitis too. We'd reached the point where we realized that the patients may be capable of detecting changes to the past. Fumichu. I won't read any Steiners for you, sir. But we wanted proof. So does every intelligence agency in the world. They're desperately searching. I hated myself for not realizing the possibility sooner. I've always had the wrong idea. I thought that the reason the new encephalitis patients were being brought together was just to give them meaningless treatment. But I was naive. Too naive. Luxin and Stratford's goal was to gather people with reading Steiner and study them. Maho just told me all about your amazing abilities. I had originally just hoped to get information about Kurisu's successes. But instead we got information on the new encephalitis. You're wonderful. This puts us a step ahead of the rest of the world. And why didn't you tell me about this sooner? If you had, I wouldn't have had to do so many things to your friend Katsumi's brain. Huh? What did you do? What did you do, you fuck? Katsumi Nakase. Did he meet Fubuki? And I wouldn't have had to use the procedure on Maho's brain either. Yeah, I saw that coming. Even Hiyajo? Was that why she was acting so weird? She's your assistant, right? She respected you. She looked up to you. How could you use her in a human experiment? It was necessary to acquire information that will benefit all of humanity. I'm not sure about that, dude. And there's no need to panic. Both Maho and Katsumi will survive with only minor impairments to their brain functionality. They'll survive, they'll live, they'll just be disabled. I don't think he took an ethics class. Yeah. You're insane. Typical white man. For the first time, I felt hatred for and fear of the man in front of me. Wait, how did this man get into a healthcare profession without taking ethics? I don't think he's in a healthcare profession, he's just a brain scientist. Like, he happens to be working with a hospital for research purposes, but he's not a doctor himself. I couldn't believe that this was the same man I respected so much. If we investigate the brains of patients who contracted reading Steiner, I'm sure we'll learn more. If we can sell that in a set along with the time machines, we can maintain the military balance of power across the world. We can avoid war. Optimistic thinking. I want your cooperation too. Lieutenant's mannerisms hadn't changed a bit, even as he spoke of these horrifying things. He spoke of these insane things in the same manner that Maho once described as like a mischievous child. You tricked me, didn't you? You approached me just because I was friends with Kurisu. You tried to get information about Kurisu from me. I don't think I ever tricked you. It was a coincidence that we first met. It's true that a major reason I asked you to test Amadeus was your relationship with Kurisu. But it's also true that I got to know you. I really did take an interest in you. I still wish you could be my assistant. But that's a separate matter. No, it's not. Remember what I said? You're as valuable as the President of the United States himself right now. I need to prioritize the company's work over my private feelings. For the sake of humanity's future peace. I'm sorry, Rintaro. But at the same time, I'm excited. I can't wait to see all the information you possess. Go to hell. I'm gonna take a copy of your memory data. Your memories are going to be used in the Amadeus system. Interesting idea, right? That way, even if you die in an unfortunate accident, your memories will remain. No, don't worry. I'm not interested in killing you. I'm not convinced. Humans have far weaker security than Amadeus. Once they taste pain, they'll gladly share information to escape it. Their security, when it comes to keeping secrets, is practically non-existent. Torture doesn't work on Amadeus, which means it will be far more difficult to deal with than you. The only reason I'm taking the memory data is to have a backup. Even if, for example, you're unable to endure the torture and went insane. In the near future, we'll be able to download your memories back into your brain. This definitely is a bad ending. You attended my lecture, so you know this, right? We'll start by getting that memory data. And then you're going to tell me all kinds of things. I'm going to be busy.
忙しくなるぞ。
Mm,
さあ、
no,
リラックスして。
relax. Relax, stay.
そうでないと
Otherwise,
データを
I can't extract the
正常に
data
取得で
correctly.
きないからね。
Lexton, you.
そんな顔を
Don't
して
make
も
that face.
誰も助け
No
に
one
は
is
来
coming to
ない。
help you.
ここは我々
This place is
ストラッ
under
フォーが
Stratfor's
管理
control.
する場所だからね。
Why would it be? Why would a bad ending mean like poorly written? You dork.
我々以外に
No
は
one knows about it but us.
誰もだ。
No one. I was too stunned to think. There's nowhere to run. My knees shook in terror as I imagined what was about to happen to me. Maybe it would have been better to die. And then I felt sick as I remembered that I was fated not to die until 2025. Yeah, that's fair. If no amount of torture could kill me, this is literally hell. Oh, back to Maho's perspective. Her head hurt. Maho knelt down, closed her eyes, and bit her lips to shut out the pain. There was an annoying noise in her head that wouldn't go away. It made the headache worse. No matter how much she covered her ears, she couldn't block it out. She wanted to scream from the pain, but she held it in because she thought it would only make her headache worse. She could hear a voice mixed in with the noise. It was Dr. Luxtonen's. Listen, Maho. You need to find out Okabe Rintaro's secret, no matter what it takes. If you can't, I'll have to kill him. You don't want that, right? You seemed to really like Rintaro, didn't you? Me and Kurisu kept bringing it up after all. Even if you weren't interested in him originally, you can't help but think about him. That's how the human mind works. And to save him, I want you to find out what he knows. Oh yeah, Motorcycle Kaguri definitely was crying, 100%. If you do that, I'm willing to bring him to my lab, unconditionally. Maho, tell me everything you learned from him. You could say his future is in your hands. The voice and the noise were extremely unpleasant. She couldn't really understand what the voice was saying. She could hear him speaking, but her brain refused to understand the meaning of the words. But it didn't matter either way. Mo had done something terrible to Okabe Rintaro. She sold him out to Dr. Luxton and Stratfor. And the fact that she knew it just made her guilt worse. She wanted to disappear from the world altogether.
Maho-san?
Mayuri, why are you here? Maho. She was on a busy street in Akihabara in early summer. She was leaning on the side of a building in the shade when she heard someone call her name. I knew it was you, Maho. Mayuri's so cute. Mayuri? She didn't expect to see Mayuri here, so she didn't know how to respond. She just looked back and stared. Thank you for the quack, Hades. Are you not feeling well? I'm fine. Have you seen Okarin? Huh? Maho went completely still. Mayuri's innocent question reminded her of her own stupidity and cowardice.
どう
Why?
して
Her voice was shaking.
おかり
I haven't been able to get a hold of Okarin since yesterday.
お家にも
He
帰って
hasn't
な
gone
いし
home. He hasn't picked up the phone and he's not answering text
メ
messages
ー
or
ルや LINE に
LINE.
も返事来ないんです
Mm.
ダル君は
Dada says
心
I'm
配し
worrying
す
too
ぎだっ
much,
て言うんだけ
but
ど
something doesn't feel right.
なんだか胸騒ぎ
Mayuri's
がす
very
るのです
perceptive.
だから
So I left
今
school
日は
early
学校を
today,
早退して
and now I'm searching around
この
here.
辺りをずっと探してました
It was still only July, but it was pretty hot. She'd been wandering around all of Akihabara in this heat. Mayuri Shina was a kind, pure-hearted girl. That was the impression that Maho had. She would never betray someone or get jealous or let someone use her.
知りたい
Do you want to know? Huh? Mayuri leaned forward.
真帆さん
Maho,
オカリン
do you
の
know
こと
where Okarin
何
is?
か知ってるんですかもし知ってるなら
If you know, please
教
tell
えてくだ
me.
さいお願いします
Please. She bowed deeply.
そうか
I see. And then she realized. And then she wished she hadn't. Mayuri was in love with Rintaro Okabe. A dull pain ran down her temples. You seem to really like Rintaro, didn't you? She could hear the noise in her head. Just tell Mayuri everything. But then have this innocent girl tell you how horrible you are. Maybe you'll feel better then. The idea raced through Maho's mind, even as she knew it was wrong. She tried to hold back her headache as she opened her mouth.
ゆうべ
I was with Okabe late last night.
岡部さんと一緒だったのそう
Were you?
なんですか
So, where is he now?
オカリンは今どこに
Maho ignored her question.
岡部さんは昨日
This is what he told me last night.
私にこんな話をしてくれたわ
No.
彼が経験して
He
きた
told me
別の
about
世界
another
におい
world
て
he'd experienced. Where you,
Sheena
Mayuri
Mayuri-san.
Shina, had died again and
あなたは
again.
何度も死んだんですって
Right, Mayuri hasn't been told about this. Fuck. Don't tell her.
何度やっても助
No
けられ
matter
ず
what he did, he couldn't
あな
save
た
you.
は死に続けた
You can't tell her this.
その悪夢のよう
To
な
escape
ルー
that
プから抜け出
nightmarish
すために
loop.
あなたを
To save you.
救うために
It was like another person was speaking using Maho's mouth.
岡部さんは
Okabe sacrificed
クリス
Kurisu.
のことを犠牲に
He
した
let
んだ
her die.
そんな話を
That's what he told me.
してくれたタイムマシンを
If
作
he
り
makes a time machine and tries to
クリ
save
スをも
Kurisu
う一度
again,
救おうとすれば
he'll go back to all of that.
またあの頃に逆戻りしてしまう
You're hurting her. But the words didn't stop.
岡部さんは
Okabe is
そ
so
のこ
afraid
とを
of
ひ
that.
どく恐れているあなたを
He's doing everything he can to
必
protect
死で
you.
守ろうとしているここは
This is the world he chose
あなたを守
after
るため
sacrificing
に
many things to protect you.
他の多くのものを犠牲にして選択された世界なのよあなたは
I'm sure he didn't tell you any of that though.
何も知らされていないだろうけど嘘
That's not true.
そんな
No.
オカリン
Okarin. Mayuri was too shocked to speak. She looked like she was about to cry at any instant. Suddenly, Mayuri turned around and started to walk away with slumped shoulders. Even from behind her, Maho could tell she was having trouble walking straight. Truth was so cruel that confronting it threatened her very identity. That's how it seemed to Maho. Maho was still in a trance. It felt like there was a fog covering everything she saw. It was all out of focus, like a mirage. If someone told her it was a dream, she would easily believe it. The same was true of her own mind. She knew she would feel worse about what she just told Mayuri, but while she realized she hurt her, she felt no emotion. That's probably why she was able to say something so awful. And then the phone in her pocket began to vibrate. She looked and saw it was from Amadeus, from Kurisu. She felt a small, thin needle prick her paralyzed heart. She couldn't answer it. How could she? She stared at the LCD screen, unable to move her fingers. Even a centimeter. Okay, I knew I've missed. How could I answer it? She couldn't let Kurisu see her like this. But even so, it felt wrong to just stay here. Maho decided to go after Mayuri. But by the time she made it to the overpass, Mayuri was already gone. Since she was right in front of the station, there were many people around, and it would have been impossible to find her. Why did he come up to me? If he hadn't talked to me, you wouldn't have had to suffer. I'm not who I used to be. She looked down over the station from the overpass and whispered to herself. And then she saw someone in a distinctive outfit approaching her. They were wearing a black motorcycle suit and black full-face helmet despite the heat. She thought it might have been a cosplayer, but instead of trying to take pictures, the people nearby were avoiding them. Given a closer look, the person appeared to be a woman. Even Maho could tell that she had incredible proportions. The woman walked under the overpass and vanished from Maho's view. And then she came up the stairs, and she came right toward Maho. Maho quickly looked away, like the other pedestrians, and tried to run away. But before she could, the woman in the motorcycle seat ran over and wordlessly grabbed her hand. There was a pain in her cheek. She was caught off guard and staggered to the ground. At first she didn't know what had happened. She rubbed her aching cheek, and only then did she realize that the woman in the motorcycle suit had slapped her. You hurt Mama, didn't you? She could hear a muffled female voice from within the helmet. I'll kill you. Her voice was very calm, which only terrified Maho more. The professor told me about you, but it doesn't matter. Who are you? Because she was wearing a helmet, Maho couldn't read her facial expressions. Since the visor was lowered, she couldn't even see her eyes. There was no answer to her question. Instead, the woman looked up to the sky, as if she noticed something. Maho looked up too. For a moment, it seemed as if a black shadow crossed the windows of the building. She could hear a helicopter. It was close. What is going on? How long had it been there? She hadn't noticed it at all. And then she felt the air around her change. The pedestrians were all looking toward the station in fear and shock. What's going on? She could hear people saying things like, "What's that? Are they filming a TV show? Some kind of cosplay event?" Something was going on at the station. Maho stood up and looked too. What is that? She found herself whispering the same thing as the others. There were 2 trucks painted a deep military green parked outside the station. Men were coming out of them, dressed in camo and carrying weapons. At first, she thought it might have been the self-defense force, but the men weren't Japanese. It was hard to believe that It was hard to believe that what she was seeing was taking place in Japan. The men in camo disappeared into the alleyways as everyone watched from a safe distance. They were heading toward the radio building. Mal had heard from Rintaro yesterday that the time machine was there.
まさか
Was that Stratfor? Or Russia? Or perhaps another country's military? Were they here because Maho had told Luxinen what she learned from Rintaro? As soon as the thought crossed her mind, she was hit with another terrible headache. It was all her fault. Everything was her fault. Until a moment ago, everything had seemed so hazy. But now she felt crushed by overwhelming guilt. If Okabe was right, and the Third World War was going to begin here in Akihabara, it would be because she gave the information he shared with her to Stratfor. She suddenly realized that the girl who threatened to kill her had run down the stairs and toward to the station. Maho never did figure out who she was. And then her phone started to vibrate again. It was from Kurisu. She wanted to get away from the guilt, so this time she picked up the phone.
Senpai!
Maho.
クリス
Kurisu.
大
Are
丈夫
you
ですか
okay?
何が
What do you mean?
一体
What
どうしちゃ
happened
ったん
to
です
you?
かどうもしないわ
Nothing.
だって
But
泣いてる
you're
じゃないですか
crying. Only then did she realize that her eyes were overflowing with tears. The fog over her mind was now totally gone, and all that was left was the guilt, the regret, and the headaches.
頭が
My head
痛いの
hurts.
彼の未来は
You could say
君
his
の手に
future is in
かか
your
っている
hands.
と言ってもいい。
She heard the noise again.
岡部は
Where's Okabe?
岡部をどうしたん
What
です
happened to him?
岡部さんのことな
Who
んて
cares about Okabe?
どうでもいいでしょ殺そうとしてたじ
You
ゃない
tried
で
to
すか
kill him.
私
I saw it.
見たんですよ私のことは
Leave me alone.
放っておいてそういうわけ
I
にはい
can't
き
do
ません
that.
放っておいて
Just leave me alone.
あなたには
I couldn't
勝て
beat
なかっ
you.
た私はどれ
No
だけ
matter
や
how
っても
hard I tried, I couldn't be better than you.
ねえクリス
You know Kurisu.
私はあなたの
I
ことを尊
respect
敬
you.
している
You're younger than me,
私
but
は
I think
年
you're an
下だけど
incredible
大した
scientist.
科学者だと思うわでも
But at the bottom of my heart,
心の底で
this
は
is what I used to think.
こう思ってたのよどうして私の
Why
前
did
に
you
現
have
れ
to
た
show
の
up?
どうしてあと
Why
10
didn't
年
you come 10
先に
years
現れて
before?
くれなかったのどうしてあと10
Why
年
didn't you come 10 years
後に現れて
later?
くれなかったのあなたがいなければ
If it weren't for you,
私はもっ
I
と
would have
平
had a
凡な
more
日々を
peaceful
送ってい
life.
たはずなのにこんな醜い
Then
感
these
情
awful
に
feelings wouldn't take
支
control
配
of
されず
me.
に済んだのにって私は
Everything I thought I
あ
knew,
なたに
you
常識を破
destroyed.
壊されっぱなしなの死んでまで
And even though you're dead,
あなたの
you're
存
still
在が
with
私に
me.
つきまとうのあなたの死を
I want to just be sorry that you're gone, but I can't.
それができない越えられない壁と
There's
して
still this wall that I
あ
can't
なたが
overcome.
立ちはだかり続けていてプライドと意地
And
が
my pride and stubbornness get in the way.
そんなところにつけ
And
込
the
ま
man
れ
I
て
trusted the most took advantage of that to betray
一
me.
番信頼していた人
And I
にまで
betrayed a friend who trusted me.
私を信頼してくれた友達を裏切ってしまったも
I can't even think straight
う頭
anymore.
がぐちゃぐちゃよだから
So leave me
放
alone,
っておいてよ先輩
Maho. She was getting far too emotional. Normally she never behaved like this, but she couldn't stop herself. She heard an explosion in the distance. The people all around her started to scream, panic, and run. The flames from the explosions were coming from the direction the men in camo had gone. Did they do it? The helicopter sounds were getting louder. Glimpses of the dark, agile bodies had flashed in and out of Maho's vision for a little while now. And then she started to hear loud gunfire. It was more than one or two people shooting. There was a battle going on between many people, taking place here in front of Akihabara Station. It was like the beginning of a war. If what Nintendo said was true, Suzuha Amane might be near the time machine, and she might be caught up in the battle. She wondered about the woman in the motorcycle suit too. She started to stagger forward. She still didn't know what she was planning, but she didn't take responsibility for what she had done. The elevators in the radio building were broken. Mao had no choice but to take the stairs to the roof. But maybe the power had been cut, because the lights were off on every floor. She could hear sporadic sounds of gunfire from the floor above. Strangely, nobody came running past her to escape. There were several shops in the building, and of course, there should have been customers there. But despite the fact that the elevators weren't working, had they all evacuated earlier, or were they all hiding somewhere waiting for the terror to end? That was what she thought about as she sweated her way up the stairs. Just before she reached the roof, she saw someone for the first time. She was sitting on the stairs, cradling her knees. For some reason, her voice was muffled, but it did seem to be a woman's voice. Her head seemed big and round in the darkness, but it was a moment before she realized that it was a full-face helmet. And that was when she realized it was the woman in the motorcycle seat from before. Where are you, Mama? She seemed like a totally different person than the woman she'd met before. All she did was sob and cry for her mother. Hey, what's going on? Mama? Where are you? Mama? Tell me! She shouted louder, and only then did the woman realize she was there. But she didn't even stand up. Mama's gone. The time machine was destroyed. The time machine was destroyed. Who's your mama? Is it Suzuha Amane? Alright. No. It's Mama Mayuri, of course. Maho's blood ran cold when she heard the name Mayuri. Mayuri's here? If that was true, she would have come here after she learned the truth from Maho. It's my fault. Maho put her hands to her head. If I hadn't said that, Mayuri wouldn't have. The woman in the motorcycle seat stood up and approached her menacingly. That's right. You got the information out of Rentaro Okabe, and that's what began all of this. Give me back my mama. The girl grabbed her by the collar and lifted her off the ground. There wasn't anything she could say. When she didn't answer, the woman let go and fell to the ground crying. Things would be so much easier if she just killed me here. Her mind was in such chaos that she couldn't stop herself from thinking it. She couldn't stay calm at all. And the last thing she clung to was...
クリス
Kurisu.
先輩
Maho. The AI made from Kurisu Makise's memory data. Maybe she was still thinking about their last discussion, because she seemed upset. She wasn't saying anything. So Maho gave up the last of her pride.
クリス
Kurisu,
どうし
what
た
do
ら
I
いい
do?
いろいろなことが起こ
Too
りす
much
ぎて
has happened. Blah, blah.
私
Too
一
much
人
has
じゃ
happened. There's nothing I can do on my
どう
own
にもでき
anymore.
ない自分のしてしまったことなんだから
I want to take responsibility for what I've done.
取りたいの
And then she realized that she was still being proud and corrected herself.
私は
She asked herself, what do I want to do?
私は
I want to save Okabe.
岡部さん
I
を
want to save
助けたい
Mayuri. I want to apologize to both of them so they'll forgive me.
それと
And Kurisu.
クリスあなたのことも
I want to save you
助
too.
けたいのだから
So help
力
me,
を貸して
please.
お願いよ先輩が
You're asking me
私
for
に
help?
助言を求めるなんて
Kurisu's eyes were wide. That's right. Her pride had kept her from ever asking Kurisu for help before. And it was the same with Kurisu too. And knowing Kurisu's personality, if Maho asked for help, she'd use every bit of brain power she had to give it.
ね
Come on,
え教えてちょうだい
tell me.
あなたなら
You can give me
解
some
決策を
solution,
提示でき
right?
るでしょ
That's why they said Kurisu Makise was a genius. She was a woman who made the impossible possible. Maho waited for Kurisu's answer. The last hope. The last thing left in Pandora's box. She waited for Kurisu to give her the answer. But
無理ですよ
it's impossible. Maho was struck dumb for a moment. Then she realized how selfish she was being and hated herself for it. She expected too much of Kurisu and tried to put all the burden on her. And just a few moments ago, she had been the one who rejected Kurisu.
そう
Yeah,
よね
you're right.
その答えは
Of course that's what you'd
当然だわ。
say.
ごめん
I'm sorry.
ごめんね
I'm sorry,
クリス
Kurisu.
私
I was so horrible to
あ
you.
なたにひどいことを言ったのにあなたが無
And
条
then I
件で協
stupidly
力
thought
して
you'd
くれ
help
ると
me
勝手
unconditionally.
に思い込んで無条件には
I'll
協
help you
力します
unconditionally. What?
今な
What
んて
did you just say?
先輩に頼
I
まれ
can't
た
turn
ら
down a request for
断
help
るこ
from
となん
you.
てできませんよ岡部や
And I want to
椎
save
名真由里
Okabe and
さんのことを
Mayuri
助けたいの
Shina
も
too.
同じ気持ちですでも
But
じゃあ
then
気持ちとしては
I'd
協
love
力
to
した
help,
いんですが
but
残念ながら
unfortunately,
私が
my
協
help
力
would
する
just
こと
make
で
things
先
worse.
輩が不利な状況に追い込まれます私は
I'm being constantly monitored by
スター
Stratfor.
ト4に常にモニタリングされてるんです常に
Constantly? Whenever I'm talking to someone like this, all the information is transferred to Stratfor. There's a hidden function in the Amadeus app that does that. You have a Maho I didn't know that existed. So if you try to help Okabe, Dr. Luxuna will know all about it. But then what do I do? But if you're willing to take advantage of that, there's something we can do. Maho, will you trust me? Maho? Yeah,
あなただけが
you're all I've got.
頼りよ。ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
ちなみにこの
By the
対話
way,
内容も
I'm sure this conversation is being monitored as well. What?
そんな
But then,
じゃあ
if they
も
know
し
you're
あなた
helping
が私
me,
に協力するのがバレたらパターンとしては
there are
3つ
three possibilities.
サーバーからデータ
They
を
could
移動
take
させ
my
て
data off the server and isolate me,
または古い
or
バージョン
overwrite my data with an older version of my memories.
最悪の場合に
In the
は
worst case,
私という
they could
存在
delete
そ
me
のものを消され
entirely.
るかもしれませんね。そんな
No,
大丈夫です。
don't worry.
あなたは
You're capable of
必ず
standing
自
up on
分で
your own
立ち上
two
がれる人
feet.
だから私のことなん
I'm
か
not
どうでもい
worried
い
about
わ
me. I'm worried
あ
about
なたの
you.
心配をしているのよ。私は
I'm nothing but data. But thank you.
ありがとうございます。
The Kurisu on the screen bowed and smiled. I'm
私
proud
は
that I was able to
真
work
帆
with
先
you,
輩と一緒
Maho.
に研究できたことを誇りに思います。
But
何よ
what? Don't talk like it's the last time we're ever going to see each other.
やめなさいよ。
Well,
会えないかもしれ
it
ま
might
せん
be.
から。私は
I hate
あなたのことが
you.
嫌いよ。そうやっていつだって
You always do this.
私を
You
置い
always
て
go and leave
先
me
に行ってしまう
behind.
のだから。
That's who Kurisu Makise was. Mamaho asked her for help. Both she and Kurisu should have been prepared. That's why.
いつか必ず
Someday.
私
I'll
はあな
catch
た
up
に
to
追い
you.
ついてやるわ。それどころか
No.
追い
I'll
越してやる
surpass
から
you.
それまで待ってな
Just
さい。
you wait. Yeah. Kurisu smiled once more and disappeared from the screen. Maho wiped away her tears and thwapped the crying girl next to her on the helmet.
いつまで泣いている
How
の？
long are you gonna keep crying?
あなたは
You wanna save
マ
my
エリ
Edie,
さんを助
right?
けたいんでしょ。だったら
So help me.
私に協力して。
Help you?
まず
First,
岡部さん
we
を
need to
助け
find
るわ。
Okabe.
彼なら
He should be
今
able と
の時代
show
を
us how
何
to
とか
get
する
out of
方法を
this.
提示してくれるはず。
But do you know where Stratfor's hideout is? They don't.
私だって知ら
Neither
ない
do
わ。
I. But Maho grabbed the girl by the hand and helped her up, then raced down the stairs.
知らないけど
I don't know,
すぐに
but my friend is gonna
私
find
の
me the
可愛い
answer
後輩が
soon.
調べて教えてくれる。
She told me to believe in her. Kurisu Makise wouldn't betray me. As soon as she left the radio building, she got a message on her 9. The gunfire was continuing. As she hurried away, she looked down at her phone. Okabe is in the basement of Tokyo Ducky. I knew it. I just learned this now. I followed their monitoring to find their location. Take care of Okabe for me. Teach that damn pervert of a professor what happens to peeping toms who watch me all the time. When she read it, she smiled despite everything that was going on.
ありがとう
Thank you,
クリス。
Kurisu.
ありがとう。
Thank you. She clutched the phone tightly to her chest, but then quickly changed gears.
ストラト4のアジ
I
ト
found
の
the
どこか分か
Stratford
ったわ。
hideout. Tell me where it is. I'll go there and kill everyone inside. Maho shivered at the ice in her words. She felt a bottomless madness coming from the woman in the motorcycle suit. But for now she had to cooperate with her. There was no way she could get Nintendo back from Maho on her own. Huh? But you are Maho. Maho, hello?
行きましょう。
Let's go. She needed to take responsibility for the future she'd created, to avoid that cruel future. Maho ran through the streets of Akihabara, where a war was already beginning. Well, back to Okabe's perspective. Well, that was cursed. The voice. I could hear a voice.
岡部さん
Okabe. Someone was calling my name. I slowly woke up and turned toward the voice.
岡部さん
Okabe. Maho was standing in the darkness. She had a smile on her face that was somehow lonely and somehow sad.
ごめんなさ
I'm sorry.
いもう
You're not going to
あなた
see
の
me
前には
again.
現れないわ私がそばにいたら
If I'm around you,
私は
I
ま
might
た
betray you again.
あなたを裏切ってしまうかもしれないからね
Listen,
えこんな私の身勝
I
手な
know
ため
this is
に
selfish,
君
but I
は
want you to do something for me.
どうか
Please,
シュタインズゲ
find
ートを
Steins Gate.
目指してあなたが捕らえら
Well,
れてい
you've
る
been
間に
captured. Something terrible has happened to the world.
ひどいことになってしまったまゆりさんも
Mayuri and Suzuha are both missing.
行方不明なの私と
Kaguri and I went to the Stratford hideout to save you.
ストラト4のアジトに行ったんだけどかがりさんが
Kaguri died there,
そこで
but she took several of them with her.
何人かを道連れにしてねレスキネ教授
Dr. Luxandrin was the only one
逃
to
げ出してしま
escape.
ったアマデウスも
Amadeus was deleted too.
こんなのって
This is all just too much, isn't it?
でも
But
今
now you're our only hope.
希望はあなただけなのお願い
Please. I know it's horrible to just leave this all to you,
ひどいと
but
思うけれどシュタインズゲート
please, reach Steins Gate no matter what.
についてそれじゃあね
Okay,
岡部さん
Okabe.
さよなら
Farewell.
平城さん
I woke up on top of blankets laid out on the floor of a hospital. Huh? The rooms, and even the halls outside, were overflowing with wounded people. There weren't enough beds, so there were blankets placed on the floor. Where was I? I thought I was back to the other world line with the war, but I wasn't. According to the news on TV, there had been a terror attack in Akihabara. A special forces group from another country had gone on a rampage, and it was like something out of a war. The incident had come to an end and the mystery special forces unit disappeared, but many were dead or wounded after the battle. I don't really remember how I got here. The last thing I remembered was being locked up and horribly tortured by Lexington. My whole body ached, in fact.
それじゃあね
Okay,
Okabe-san.
Okabe.
さよなら
Farewell. And then I remembered what Maho had said to me in that dream. Was that real? Maho had saved me? And had she mentioned Kaguri? I patted down my pockets and found my phone was still there. I tried to call Mayuri. If that dream was real, Mayuri was missing. But that was impossible. I chose in this world line so that Mayuri would survive. If nothing else. It was guaranteed that she'd make it to 2036. She couldn't die today in 2011. Mayuri, answer me. But no matter how many times I called, she didn't pick up. I forced myself to stand up and leave the hospital room. I went out to the roof. It seemed I was at the Ochanamizu hospital where Fubuki had stayed before. The morning sky was amazingly clear. I could see Akihabara in the far distance. There were pillars of smoke rising up. I stared at the strange sight. Even from here, I could tell how fierce the battle must have been. The world's history was proceeding as John Titor had prophesied. I tried calling Mighty again from the roof, but nobody picked up. My next move was to call Daru out of desperation.
もしもし、
Hello, Okarin? Daru.
よかった。
Good. You're alive.
お前こそ
You too.
よく
I'm
無事だっ
glad
た
you're
な。
safe.
ラボの近くは
Things were
案外
surprisingly
静かだった
quiet by the lab.
今どこだ
Where are you now?
逃亡中、
On the run.
秋葉
I
からは
left
脱出して
Akihabara.
よ。
そうか
I see.
フェイリスタンとルカ
I've
スとは
gotten
連
in touch with
絡
both
取れる
Ferriston and
二
Luca.
人とも避
Both
難
of
した
them
って
say
さ。
they've evacuated.
なあ、オカリン、
Hey, Okarin.
鈴葉とマユ
I
シ
can't
が
find Mayushi or
連絡
D'Souza,
つか
huh?
ないんだ。昨日の事件
No, the
で
time machine was
タイムマシン
completely
も
destroyed
跡
yesterday.
形もなく壊され
There's
ちゃった
nothing
し。
left. Not even a piece of scrap. How does that make it destroyed? Wouldn't that just mean it got used? Hello? Brain cell wear.
鈴葉の語った
Things
未
are
来より
moving
も
so much
世
faster
界
than
の動
Suzuha
き
told
が
us
ずっ
they
と
would.
早いよ。
So it wasn't a dream after all. While I was unconscious, she'd said her goodbye.
な
Hey,
誰
Daru,
俺は
am I
俺は
am
さ
I
普通に生きることす
not
ら
allowed to live a normal life?
許されないのかな
Oh yeah, not a chance in hell, buddy. Sorry.
こうなることは
I was ready for this to
覚悟して
happen.
たさシュタインズゲート
I'm the one who
で
chose a world where the Third
第
World
三
War
次世界
occurred
大戦
instead
が
of
訪れる
Steins
世界
Gate.
線を選んだのはだからって
But I never thought I'd survive and everyone else would die.
みんないなくなるなんてこんな
This
の
isn't
はあんまり
fair.
だろ
Were the laws of God never going to forgive me, no matter what? Was it that much of a sin to escape the wheel of fate? If it was, then why not just curse me?
僕は
I'm going
タイム
to
マ
make
シ
a
ン
time machine.
作るよ。
だる
Daru,
作るしか
I don't have a
ないだろう。
choice.
これで終わり
You
に
can't let
で
it
きる
end
か
this
よ。
way.
オカリンはどう
What
す
are
る
you going to do, Okari? The smoke was still rising over Akihabara. I stared at it in shock.
俺は
I...
俺
The tears welled up. I fell to the ground. I didn't have the strength to stand up. I couldn't answer Daru's question. No matter how hard you try, no matter how much you work to change things, everything converges back to the way God wants it. You're wasting your time struggling against it, Daru. I'm so tired. I need to sleep a little. There's still a few years before the Third World War really begins. And there's 14 years before I die. I'll live my life averting my eyes from reality and not wasting my time with a fight that can't be won. That's the only end that's fitting for a person like me. I'm sorry, Maho. I'm sorry, Mayuri. I'm sorry, Kurisu. Forgive me for giving up here. Yeah, bad ending and fucking deed. Yeah. Well, that was fun. I'm glad we got that out of the way. But hey, next week we'll get the Mayuri and True ending, so isn't that fun? Isn't that exciting? Isn't that fun-filled? I'm so glad we had to go through this ending first. Everything's fine. This is just fine. How are you guys feeling? I think the first game spoiled us because there wasn't really any, like, quote-unquote bad endings. Like, there were, like, gloomy endings, but, like, you know, not this. Given the story, it would be kind of weird to not have an ending where literally everything goes wrong, though. True, true. I thought for a moment there's gonna be something after the credits since it had the thingy change. But, well, that was a very fun, exciting time. Yep. Those are the words. Could have lived without it, but it does actually do important stuff for the wider game. Yeah. How else are we gonna be a completionist if we don't complete everything? Like, come on. But thank you guys so much for joining me on this horrible ending of Steins Gate, also technically known as the Lexington ending. Next Saturday we will be getting the true ending and mighty ending. We'll be finally done with Steins Gate 0. Bye bye everyone.